Hi everyone, the Mature Simmer here. So, several things have happened leading up to this, including today when I was trying to run a job and had been running a load filming the next episode. So let me get you up to speed as to why you haven't seen any Coast to Coast series things in a while, especially after you've seen a lot of train simulator videos starting to pop, and you may be like, well, why aren't you maybe doing a little bit of ATS too? And it wasn't because I wasn't interested, it was because I couldn't. What ended up happening first was that SCS introduced a new update that gave us a new truck, an International 9900i, and somehow that ended up causing a problem in my game, which required a fix I had never heard of. So if you run on Steam, there are local files that you can verify through the Steam application, and someone in helping me solve this guided me to that, and that seemed to work. So basically when I tried to load any save game, including the Coast to Coast profile I was using, I would get an error that required DLC was missing, but it wasn't the new 9900i, it was the International LT, which has come out months ago and was working just fine. I verified I had it loaded, everything was working because I knew I hadn't turned it off, and any game, any profile I tried to use failed. So kind of at a loss, wondering what I could do, because if I started a brand new profile, the game seemed to work, but I'm like, I don't want to lose everything if I can avoid it. So someone had let me know, yeah, sometimes you need to verify your local files, and when I did that, it found there were 6 files that had a problem. It needed to re-download. It did that. I was then able to go back into the game and the error was gone. So I felt that was good. If you then recall, when I was running loads, we had a situation where if we were going like we are looking at here from somewhere up in Western Canada, it would take us around this route and then kind of back over and down. And I was like, why? Because I can go this way, as it shows, but the GPS wouldn't let me go that way. So I decided I would chance that, and that was the thing I was recording. I was running some product from Whitehorse down to the location, very similar to this area. I think I was going down south, and when I got to hold on, sorry about that. I'm trying to... So there's a bit of an issue here where it seems to like not work for certain pieces. So I drove through Montana, and when I got right about here, my truck literally fell off the road. I have that video, so maybe I'll show you a segment of that here. Alright, rendering some strange way here. I don't know if that's just a bunch of floating trees again.
Finding a new route.
I think it might be. They might be right over the road. Yeah, see, and it looks like there's stuff up above, like road segments. Yeah, look at that. There's cars up in the sky. So I'm sure this is why the GPS doesn't work. Why that's doing that, I don't know. There we go. So that's not good. So there is no road for us here. So, hope you enjoyed that view. But needless to say, obviously that wasn't going to be a workable way to play. And so I set about trying to find what that problem was. What it appears to be at this point, to the best of my knowledge, is I've taken out the Montana expansion that I had, and that now lets me take jobs that, as you saw, go through the area there. So, you know, it'll let me go down that road from Calgary, and it finds that route on its own. So I'm going ahead and leaving Montana out at this point. Unfortunately, I was not able to find a way to recover that job and continue. So I'm at this point taking a new job, and of what I have available to me, this seems to kind of be the best wallop for what I've got. It's taking me between two cities that I've discovered, so I'm not really finding anything new. But from a experience point, it's both a urgent delivery and high value cargo, and it pays quite well. So it's 3,439 miles. That's the job I'm going to take, and I don't anticipate any further problems. I think I finally got things stabilized. Because the other thing I worked on, and you probably noticed, wow, there's this fancy background and so forth. So the last episode, every time I zoomed into the map, I was having trouble. So I was asking that question. And so someone guided me to a couple additional files, one of which is this background. But there's a fix for huge map combos, which I wasn't aware of, that they said I should try. And that should hopefully take care of that, but that I need both the changed background and that. So that has been added in. The Montana expansion has been taken out, and that's where we're at. And so I'm hoping I'm getting to something that's a little more stable, a little more regularly playable, where I don't have anything goofing around, but we'll see as we drive across the country if that solves the zoom in issue. And I'm going to get going on this job. Alright, so we've got this tractor on the back end here. So that looks like it's pretty interesting. And we're going to go ahead and, whoops, I had already disengaged the brake. I re-engaged it. So one of the things I had commented is, that's still relevant, is up at the top you can see I've got 1.1 million. I don't know that I've ever had $1 million in the game, so I didn't realize it like displayed it that way, because I've always seen like 800,000, 900,000, like it showed the full amount. So that's interesting. You know, once I get to the place that I need as far as the level, you know, normally in every other profile, by the time I got to level 30, which is what I'm targeting to unlock the last Freightliner, which is one that I would like, I had already, I never had $1 million, like I wasn't at this level. This is a busy intersection here, or I don't know that it's an intersection, but a busy way out. So yeah, we've got that lowboy tractor. Obviously that handles a little differently. I've got 602 miles till empty, so the good news is, because this is probably a larger tractor with a heavier engine and so forth, I've probably got a bigger gas tank. So it's at 3/4 of a tank, so I'm not going to go ahead and fill it at this point. The job that I lost had a day cab, and only went to the 668 that we're kind of used to all the time, so this is, you know, at 3/4 of a tank, almost what I had at a full tank there, so certainly not bad. And the other pieces, we're going through parts of the country that are a little more populated with the road. We're not going through Canada. So, see, the sad news more for me than for you is I had already spent like 2 hours driving. I had done like 1,600 miles. I'd gone a long way, and that all becomes throwaway at this point, but that's kind of where we're at with it, which, I'll take it if it stabilizes things and fixes it. And obviously, like, I was speculating that the reason the GPS wasn't taking me that way is because there was some discontinuity, but as you've seen on the clip I showed you, like, there were trees in the air, there was the road in the air, truck in the air, car, traffic in the air, and then suddenly I'm falling off the end of the world. So, yeah. But rather than kind of take you through that, because in the end I'm getting nothing for it. It's not really a video that I think anyone would ultimately be feeling fulfilled by watching, because at the end it just kind of ends in this crash in darkness that you saw. And then we don't get any points, we don't get any money. It's just really pointless, as I said. So the other thing we were running into is, of course, the sim dashboard information I couldn't really utilize because I knew it kept wanting to take me around and around and around. And so why I was driving that far that hard and so forth was I was really trying to get to the point, like, can I find out, do I have a problem that is going to keep me from continuing? Because all I had done was basically reroute myself and say, no, I'm going to go down I-15 here, and that's going to work. So, certainly I'm a bit disappointed that we can't also have the Montana expansion, but I also understand, there's a few cities on there. It's not like it's suddenly going to greatly impact the overall function of this series or this profile as I'm playing it, because I've probably got hundreds and hundreds of cities with everything that's on here. So, but we've got basically this satellite background. Frankly, it looks pretty nice. So, I've learned lots of things I did not know about ATS going through this on this series, which is, part of the reason I like to kind of push the envelope and do things in any of the sims is, if I can kind of expand my knowledge, and then it just gives me more options to consider of what kind of gameplay would I like to do, this, that, and whatever. But that kind of gets you up to speed on what's been happening in between and why there's been kind of a significantly longer drought, and also, as I said, kind of a view of, well, there's other things that are appearing, what's happening there. But what I will try to do at this point, because I'm definitely right now in the mode of, I'm definitely interested in, my three main sims that I'm really focusing on, and really four would be the 2 truck simulators if I could. It's just right now I'm not really doing anything in ETS 2, but it's not because I don't want to. And at this point, part of that was because I'd want to use pro mods, and with all the changes that were happening, I kind of was holding off because they kept changing versions. At this point, I'm certainly going to wait until version 1.44 comes out, and the way they continue to talk about it and so forth, I'm assuming that's imminent in the next weeks or months for sure. And then I may throw something in the mix there, I don't know, because I do enjoy ETS a lot, simply from the standpoint of it's something I haven't spent as much time in as I have ATS. And so I've just got areas that I've not gone to at all. I mean, I've just, there's so much road there that I've just scratched the surface of it. So, at this point,
Go straight on.
whoops, suddenly we're down to 55. Why? I guess because we're going through Portland, Maine, but the question still becomes why. I don't know, I guess it's because we're going through Portland, Maine. So the other thing that I had talked about that I do need to take into account is I'd like to also find some additional dealerships, because I have not unlocked all the different truck types, and the problem is the couple that I would consider other than the Freightliner, which is Western Star, and I can't remember the other one. It might be the Mack. I haven't unlocked those, and so I can't even look at those trucks to consider, do I want to go ahead and maybe use one of those instead of what I tend to always do is drive a Freightliner for myself, just because I like the dashboard. But there's certainly been new trucks introduced and things like that I haven't taken a look at. So like in this case, I don't like the little yellow thing that exists there in the center of the dash in this truck. I don't even know what brand truck this is. Okay, it's a Volvo. And yeah, the Volvos have not impressed me much. I enjoy the dials, I enjoy the instrument panel that way, but I tend to like a useful digital readout. And the thing is, like the new Freightliner, the 2022 dashboard that's now available in the game is like really cool. So it just continues to reinforce stuff with me, but I also don't know then if there's something. I've taken a quick look at that International 900i because I think that's the truck it starts you in. So when I started the new profile, and maybe I just happened to get lucky, but when I started the new profile to test, when I was having the issue with loading anything, like that's the truck it put me in. And the only reason I know that is I saw the screenshot, and it kind of has the wood paneled dash and a little bit of the wood on the steering wheel and stuff. And so I had a few seconds to look at it, and it's kind of a little bit old school, like the Kenworths or the Peterbilts with a bullnose that some people love. I just struggle with it because I think they're horrible for visibility in front of you, and they just have smaller windows and so forth, so they're just a challenge to appropriately utilize. So I'm going to go ahead. Right, we're in Massachusetts at this point, so not too bad. The one thing I didn't look at, I'm sure there's a trip meter. Actually, this might be the one that doesn't have it, because yeah, the miles there is the miles to empty, and then that's the cruise control screen. You just make sure there isn't. No, that's just my mileage down there. So I don't think, yeah, nothing down there is changing. So yeah, there's nothing on here as a trip meter anyway that I can see. So never mind, but yet kind of one of the examples of why I'm not a huge fan of the Volvos, because I like things like that. And why they don't include it, I don't know. I would imagine a trucker would tend to like things like that too, so that they have an idea of, I've got this 3,400 mile journey, how much of it have I completed? Because the truck I was driving in the episode that is now on the cutting room floor did have it, and that's how I knew I had gone 1,800 miles. It wasn't reverse math of, well, I started at 3,400 and I have whatever left, and that means I've gone 1,800. Like, I was just able to look down at my dashboard and know where I was at, and I like that. So if I'm going to spend close to $200,000 for a truck, I'm going to get what I want and what I enjoy, because then my intent is, like, that's my truck. I'm going to be in that thing for every episode, for every mission, every load. Alright, well, now we're going to get to test the map, because... Alright, so we want to go to the right, and then we're going to go around the loop there. I mean, I do like the fact that the state lines are a lot clearer here. So that helps. And, whoops, a little too far over. So yeah, now we're down to about half. Alright, it also looks like I have to slow down to 70, the way we're going. The other thing, I guess, yeah, A10, so I guess it's a 10 speed. I don't know that, I'm assuming that's our top gear. But the tractor's not incredibly heavy. I think it's 29,000 pounds. Yeah, now look, I see that on my display, so it is that. Looks like we're getting a few raindrops on the window. So my hope is that I will be able to alternate kind of what I'm putting up on the channel to kind of cater to a broader audience, hopefully, of simmers who maybe are looking for something more than just 90% farming simulator videos. It may just, you know, in reality start turning into that. I mean, because I'm still going to be focusing on FSN, on the farm sim side, and when I have to do the work, it creates, you know, a lot of content. But the other thing I think is missing is maybe doing something else in Farming Simulator. It's just I'm not having a whole lot of time to do that. Doing stuff in ATS and Train Simulator isn't going to help that, so I think I need to be realistic of what makes sense. And while it would be nice to have, you know, like some of the sites that focus exclusively on Farming Simulator, multiple series, the reality is I have interest in doing some of these other sims, and so when I'm doing them, I'm certainly sharing them with folks. And, you know, but to make it interesting for someone, that they have to have episodes in the product they're interested in with some relative frequency that they feel, you know, that it's worthwhile to subscribe to a channel. If I put up a Train Simulator video once a month, you know, that's not something that's going to attract someone who's interested in that. So my hope is, you know, there will be more. Whoa, oh boy. Well, that didn't go well. Let's see. Well, I didn't do significant damage, but yeah, hitting the space bar, which is how I shuttle shift in Farming Simulator. So that was unexpected, but luckily not too terribly bad, because again, we don't have a fragile cargo, but it is high value, so I'm sure if we do enough damage, we're still going to pay the price for that. Alright, so let's get moving again. Always good when something wakes us up at 10:30 at night. Yeah, I forgot how tight those clover leaves are, and so I ended up hitting the brake pretty hard, but I was obviously coming in too quickly. to make that work. So what I'm going to try to do is kind of give folks some rotation of things, and basically, again, because Farming Simulator is the bulk of the content, and seems to be what people enjoy, because I'm just not getting a lot of views on the other sims, and that could simply, again, be because I just haven't been providing enough content. So I want to see if that changes, and then maybe I'll change the mix. But right now my intent is probably a farming, when I have the content, which probably will be always, because there's so much going on in FS. Every other day you'll see a Farming Simulator video, and then in the days in between, if I can, I'm going to basically try to alternate between a train sim video and a truck sim video. And if I can do that, that hopefully will kind of satisfy people in 3 different simulations that something is showing up and going on. So but the challenge, of course, becomes to produce a truck sim video every 4 or 5 days. I might not be able to have time to do that. The train sim's honestly simpler, because most of the scenarios, even the long ones, are an hour and a half, so I can usually find half an hour, 90 minutes somewhere. But until I get out of these super long runs on ATS, these don't happen that fast. I still need 5 hours to drive this, and well, according to this, I do. Again, I'm going down to Mexico. We found that they always kind of are saying they're longer than they need, so... Whoa, I didn't expect him to pull over. Almost had 2 accidents immediately. That's been pretty bad. I'm not even out of New York State yet. Or if I am, I'm just out. I know I'm kind of down at the bottom. So I do need to find some gas, and preferably somewhere to rest. It's way out there. Wow. I have 250 miles. I'm just not sure if that's going to get me there. That seems a long way. I don't know, but we started way up here. But that's 400. It almost looks like it's the same. I don't know. I mean, short of like turning off and heading into New York, which is way, way out of the way that's designed, I don't really have a choice. Good news is, we were on the map for a bit. We were zoomed in quite a bit. We weren't way in there, but we're still here. Nothing happened, so I'm hopeful. Because it would be nice to be able to use the map. Because it's just a piece of information that's key to effectively doing this. So yeah, clearly a 10 speed. We're getting into hilly Pennsylvania, I think, is the problem we've got now here, so it's just struggling a bit to climb, but I'm hoping once we get going, that'll be better. I mean, I guess our gas isn't obviously time-based, so, but obviously going uphill and jamming on the gas isn't helping either when I'm going 40 and probably burning the same amount of fuel or more. than I would be to be going to 70 that I'm going to cap out here at. So at this point, let's just see. So we're in Connecticut. And we're going to go to New York, New Jersey. Like I said, yeah, we've got a ways. I'm not sure. I don't know. We're going to try. Unfortunately, unlike rest, we can't really stretch fuel. Can't say, well, we're going to drive that extra hour beyond our official rest time. Can't drive another hour once my tank is empty. So while I thought I was okay, not filling up when I took off, starting to maybe learn that I just need to do that. Alright, so there's New York. Again, we're just going through a dinky part of New York, and then we're very quickly into New Jersey, and that shouldn't be very large. And then we are in Pennsylvania, which is obviously where we want to be to get to our rest and gas.
And then continue straight on.
So, I mean, the problem is this is going to put us on a trajectory where we're kind of starting mid-afternoon to drive, because when I rest here in 2 or 3 hours, however long it'll take me to go that far. So here's the New Jersey one. Oh no, we're already in. No, this is New Jersey. I thought I saw lots of letters. I'm like, wow, we're already in Pennsylvania. This is good. But not yet. But, I don't remember what I was saying. So, part of the challenge of being the mature simmer, instead of being the millennial simmer, sometimes things fall out of your brain.
And then continue straight on.
Alright, and I do want to do that, right? So this definitely, no, I don't want to, I want to go to the right. So, even though it said straight on.
Straight on.
No, you're wrong. I don't want to go straight on. You are a bad GPS lady. Very disappointed with your directions. Alright, well, 171, so
And then continue straight on.
I'm not really panicky yet. But, let's see. Is this straight on? See, this is the part. Interesting, because it's not really even showing that way, but yes, well, 78 is what we want to be on, so I do know that. Not sure how we fell to 65, maybe. I guess we're climbing because it's falling a bit. Plus it like has us down in 9th again. We're in that version that we've had with other trucks where suddenly it won't go up to 10th gear. Wish I knew why it did that, because it's crazy. And it's not fun. And this again, I'm sure, is not incredibly efficient for mileage again. Alright, well there we go. Now we're in 10th. So that should help a bit. I think we've crested the hill. It looked visually like we did, but maybe that was short-lived, because now it looks like we're climbing a bit again. But given the way the headlights are appearing, I'm hoping we're hitting another crest here shortly, because I should be able to go, 11 miles an hour. Nope, we're not. We're dealing with a turn. We're slowly speeding up, but move over to the right, because I do ultimately want to get off, and there's not that much traffic, so they can go around me. I certainly don't need to be in the center lane, other than that you're going to hear me hit the rumble strips once in a while, because I can't drive at night. I have no idea. I don't know what it is. But I can't say I don't feel a little disappointed with, because like I said, when I'm talking about trying to get things done and get the videos ready for you, um, I had 2 hours invested. Driven 1,800 miles. It's 2 hours of my life I'm not getting back that I can't put into having made progress on ATS. So that obviously makes it more difficult to get what I'm hoping to do done. But I can't cry over spilt milk, as they say, so we'll keep going.
Go straight on.
So yeah, we don't want to go to Philly. I know, 106 miles. Just get me to the place I saw on the map and we'll all be good. And I know the truck is trying. It is now at least at I can go 75. Let's go. Cover the road faster. Alright, we have less than 3,000 miles to go. So yeah, I haven't given you kind of the base stats. 95 hours of driving time, it tells me. 142 hours total time. We need to be there by Monday, just after 10 p.m. So about 5 days they've given us to get this tractor to Mexico. But we should be, hopefully, in good shape. But yeah, I mean, at this point, even if I hit the rest area now, we're waking up at noon. Definitely not a good thing. But yeah, I've done so much work in Farm Simulator. I'm doing some crazy harvest of potatoes. It's done, thank goodness. Now I just need to get them to market and sell, which is going to take a lot of time too. But so I was planning on spending some time yesterday doing some ATS, and ended up getting someone to come and help, a contractor. And so it's pretty hard to pass up that kind of efficiency in Farming Simulator. So I redirected the time I would have been spending here, and then some, and did what I needed to there. So the benefit is, however, that because of how I'm selling the crops through a broker, they're not time sensitive. I've got kind of a price that's locked in, so it doesn't honestly matter when I get him the potatoes. Well, good news is there it is, and we've got 48 miles, so we are not going to run out of gas. So that makes me feel good. But let's exit here, fill up, sleep up, and then we'll be on the road. Oh, this is so much better, $2.77 a gallon. When I was filling up at Whitehorse to start out the previous run, it was $5.14. Again, I'm not running any fuel mods or any economy mods in this series, so no real fluctuation. They usually kind of stay the same level. I wonder if it looks like, I'm gonna look behind me here. It looks like there's a rest spot on the side, and with the way this is configured, I would prefer that. So I'm going to back up here and see if I can back into those spots, and or not back in, but pull over and get a trigger point here. That would be great. Alright. People won't be very happy if I do that. I'll try to pull up to just be nice. But obviously if I leave the trigger point, I'm going to have to back up. Well, I'm off the road enough now, so that'll work. on our way again. But as I said, you know, it's already the afternoon. So I'm going to try, if I can, to get myself on a normal schedule so that I'm driving during the daytime, and that, you know, it's obviously easier to see the whatever it is that we can see. So let's take a look where we continue now. Alright, we go down 81. So we're going to head down 81 all the way down to Knoxville. And then we take 40 across.
Go straight on.
Okay, so this is to Philadelphia again. Not sure if that lane merges. Yeah, it does. I was worried he was going to just dive in front of me. Because as you can see, it takes a little while to get up to speed here.
And then continue straight on.
Alright, so Washington to Memphis.
Go straight on.
So I want to exit here. Yeah, I just wish somehow the GPS would operate appropriately for these expansion maps so that you could just kind of follow it. But for whatever reason, it does not. Alright, so new roads. So prior to kind of adding on a bunch of things, basically the Midwest expansion was probably the largest addition of roads. I was at like 12.5% discovered. So I think we were at like 11.1 or something when I had popped in the map. So, you know, this will help us get a little bit more. But at this point, we should be headed down, I think, West Virginia and Virginia. I'm not sure that we'll hit West Virginia from this angle. Alright, so right now we're at 669 miles to empty, which is again what the full would have been for a truck. So we don't have that much more mileage, I guess, because it's showing us just below full. But obviously we had rested and gotten gas right at the same point, so the only consumption of gas has been since we left the rest area barely an hour ago. But see how quickly we can get these miles behind us, get this tractor down to Rio Verde, and more importantly, where that puts us. I mean, the one benefit, too, of kind of redoing this is we're in the 9,000s, where before we were getting like 8,000 experience, so this is giving us more. It's not giving us nearly the money. We were at some insane $67 a mile on the other one. I mean, we're at, I think, 45 for this run, which is good, but that was incredible. I've seen things like special transports or something that start approaching $100 a mile, but alright, there we go. West Virginia. At this point, we stay on here for quite a ways, as we saw, all the way to Knoxville. And then we get on 40, so we shouldn't have to do a whole lot of looking. Looks like a Kroger billboard, maybe? It's a grocery chain. that is all good stuff. That is a big rock. Probably not something that they would have sitting near an interstate, because some car goes off and hits that. That would not... Oh, what is happening? Wow. Oh, I see. Whew. That was not good. So, I don't know if they're there all the time, or if that is just a random event. Either way, that woke me up a bit. This thing also slowed us down quite a bit, which is not great. Thinking, oh, look at that. We are going to unlock Winchester. I was like, as far away as that is, I'm guessing we're not going to get it, but we did. So that gives us alternatives in the future. How about that? So I'm also trying to figure out the best way to try to figure out how to get some additional truck dealerships. Although I'm not like hugely concerned, because I mean I do like the Freightliners. It's just I feel like I'm making a half-informed decision if I don't at least look at the other trucks. So pretty flat here, which is not really what I'm used to with at least the areas of Virginia I drove through, but there certainly are some places that are flatter. But I'm just a little surprised how flat they're making this appear. But once again, it is a expansion map, so it's a little hard to do the terrain. So yeah, I guess further thoughts, comment on losing the Montana expansion. I'm not incredibly concerned because frankly, you know, Montana's one of the next states to be released by SCS, and obviously once we have official maps from them, you know, we'd be using those anyway. So it's not as if we're talking about something else not working that I was really concerned about. You know, honestly, the Midwest expansion, you know, and the little bit that it does, just like the little bit that the Mid-Atlantic does, which with a few cities in Virginia, and same thing, I think Vermont adds like 3 cities. It's like, unless you really want to be in those places, you know, my likelihood, especially doing that, you know, the routes I'm doing right now, is going to be 0 to go to any of those places. But even if I'm local, you know, it's highly unlikely I would be calling one of those areas of the map home and saying, all right, I'm going to run a bunch of local runs here. You know, but they may have had some interesting, because I'm thinking the people who do stuff like that, like the towns themselves might be done very lovingly and very nice, similar to kind of, I think, what we see in Mexico, where I think those are done, you know, each state by a different designer, and so they work really hard to give you something pretty good. You know, and that's the challenge with someone like SCS doing it, where they're kind of more, I don't know that I would say they're focusing on tourist type things, but I would imagine, being from Europe, they're not getting a lot of local flavor that someone else might. So here's a new town, Staunton. And I'm kind of looking at the icons because, again, if there is like a truck dealer nearby, you know, I may be like, well, I'll get off and go do that, but it looks like it's just a big rest area.
Keep left.
Alright, again, pleasantly surprised that we were given that, but it kind of makes sense that at least if you're going through the area,
Keep left.
it gives you that credit. So that is always nice. They have some better road signs here in this, although again, Virginia was the Mid-Atlantic expansion, so I'm wondering... Oh, that was a truck dealer there. Oh well. You know, it's just my luck is it's going to be a truck dealer I already have. It's just then in some new location. So what I'm normally doing is just kind of keeping an eye out for places such as, you know, when I exit for gas and so forth, you know, to then do that. But obviously I've been doing a lot of gas sometimes on the interstates themselves. But no, I honestly have forgotten that the Mid-Atlantic pack, I do still have that. I had taken it out initially as part of my testing because that was the only one I didn't have a clear position for. Well, Canada as well, but so I thought maybe it was causing something, but it was not. But then, obviously, yeah, I think this is part of why we're seeing different terrain and a lot more development here. So, you know, and that might be what we would have seen in the Montana section. Were we able to get it to work? But there was another compatibility pack, it seemed, that worked with Canada Dream. And I'm wondering if that is what was the problem, is they basically need to recreate that. But the one that was available when I was doing some digging is no longer even available for download because I think that went all the way back to 1.40. And so I'm sure at some point the compatibility broke. You know, and it frankly might have broke immediately at 1.41. And you know, they just didn't want people complaining like, hey, I have this and it's not working, what's going on? So it just says it's deleted and no longer available. But yeah, so, you know, a lot of what they did obviously is here, but I'm sure all of this is recreated, as I kind of said, very lovingly by folks that are responsible for, you know, that live in that area. So as you can see, as I told you, Virginia, I don't recall being very flat, and now that we're in an area where I think someone truly did some work on it, it's not. Thinking I might get asked to go to that way station, so that's why I was hesitating pulling over.
Keep left.
They definitely have some interesting intersections and everything else. There's another truck dealer, so they definitely put some in here. I guess I better move over in case I get flagged. Oh, and of course, when I'm worried about it, it just lets me by, but I don't know that I have any other cities. I don't. Bristol, maybe, but because that straddles the border of Tennessee and Virginia, but I'm just half tempted to actually pull off next time to try to get a truck, but that'll just make things take longer, so I don't know. I may just have to live with what I have. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So yeah, I apologize for the in and out. I'm having a little bit of throat issue. You can hear my voice being a little froggy. I'm not ill that I'm aware of, but it's just getting a little challenging to chat a bit. Not to the point where I'm like, oh, I can't or shouldn't talk anymore, but I'm just muting the microphone every once in a while, and that's kind of where the dead air suddenly comes from.
Keep left.
Just as it did there. So yeah, it looks like, oh, I see Parkway Drive, so I'm thinking at some point their plan is to do the Blue Ridge Parkway, which, depending on how well they do it, could be quite cool, but don't know how long all of those might take to appear, because again, there's certainly value for folks here, because by the time SCS gets to this side of the country, it's going to be a long time, so their projects will certainly live on for quite a long time compared to something like, say, Montana, that obviously has already got a slated near-death experience. So there's again the Blue Ridge Parkway. So I think it's like a little piece of it, because it did say exit 81 was Blue Ridge Parkway, so that might be someone that did a segment, but not sure where that. Oh, I see, it just goes down to North Carolina then. Very intriguing for sure. Pickup truck driving on the frontage road along with the interstate there. So yeah, a lot of those trucks parked there are kind of the standard SCS ones, and maybe because they're static images, I'm assuming that those trucks are always there and they're part of the map. I'm sure they don't build those in ways that if you have, say, a truck pack or something like I do, that it would replace the paint on them, because I'm sure again that takes a bit of work. Alright, CRST, definitely a large carrier. So I was a little worried at one point, like, was our truck pack working, but it appears to be. Because yeah, there's a Tyson truck, that certainly isn't standard. So I can see the Walmart. The question is, again, do I see something that looks like, I suppose I should just look instead of guessing and then being sad. No, there's definitely not. No, what about there? No, it's just a repair shop, but nothing. No truck dealer-like thing, because if it's right there, just exit, discover it. That's certainly worth making an attempt. Because I just need one dealer of each type anywhere in the country. It doesn't really matter where it's at. And that would definitely, like I said, be a welcome addition. Because I discovered that as I was looking after the one episode of am I at a high enough level now that I can just go ahead and get a truck, and then realized, well, if I stick with Freightliner, the one I really want, I need to get to level 34, so... But the benefits I've got of running a few more things is I'll be able to get more, more garages and buy some more trucks and hire some drivers, and then we'll have some additional income other than us coming in, which will just speed things up as well. So, and I think again, I probably hadn't mentioned it here. I had talked about it in the Lost video that one of the profiles I have, I've got like over 100 drivers on there, so it's like literally almost certainly every hour we're getting some income from somebody. Now that takes a while. I'm at level 41, and I think I had driven 60 or 70 loads at that point to get that far, maybe even more. Alright, so that's at End Project Mid-Atlantic. So now you can see, now we're back on the coast-to-coast map, and you can see the significant difference. So I will say that is pretty nicely done. I do like that, which is also why I added what I could in, because I figured they'd be a little more fleshed out than what we have here. So, but at this point we're in Tennessee, and then again toward Knoxville, which is on the western end. UT is there, University of Tennessee. Go Vols. No, I am not a UT grad, but I did live in Tennessee for a while, so they're kind of the only sports that matter, because there's not a lot of, I mean, there's football, there's some hockey in Nashville, but there's no baseball team. But yeah, I think UT football rivals Tennessee Titans football for the hearts and minds of Tennesseans, at least the ones I knew for sure. So it makes it difficult if you're a major sports league fan. They didn't do a whole lot of reporting, compared to what I'm used to in cities up north here, what they normally will do to cover Major League Baseball and the NFL and stuff. Yeah, probably rear-ending a trooper is probably something would be ill-advised, but I want to keep moving too, so there's those trade-offs, either I just do have to be careful that it doesn't suddenly drop down in speed and I'm right here and he's gonna obviously immediately give me a ticket, so I just do have to be careful with that. Keeping an eye on things though. And it's just always hard to kind of fathom the distances, because yeah, we just went under 2,400 to go, and it's like, all right, we're semi-mid U.S. a little bit. We're starting to get to this there, and we just have to go over and then into Mexico, and so yeah, I've got to be heading to Knoxville. So it looks like we went the other way on the interstate. So coming in here, we'll link up on this side to so now we're done with kind of newly discovered road, at least for a time, and that makes sense because as we saw, we had discovered Cookeville and Knoxville and so forth, so, and Nashville, I believe, as well. So until we get further west of those, we are not, well, I guess we're discovering this side of the interstate. So, well, yeah, it looks like we actually just did that little tiny bit, like we were heading south here, thinking that must be when we did the run to Florida. So we are back to discovering new roads. And I think at this point, getting to the point where it'll be worth stopping and resting. So there's got to be a truck dealer in Knoxville, right? Is that one? I think so, but it looks like I've already discovered it. How do I know? I think I know because there's no question mark. But how would I have discovered it? I wouldn't have. But in any event, I guess there is rest in theory there as well. So yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll sleep. There's one in Cookville for sure. Oh, but that tells me it's a Kenworth. I think I already have a Kenworth. Just trying to figure out, because it might be easier, but that's just the dead-end road, so that doesn't help. I'm trying to figure out with the trailer that I have, like what's going to be easier. So this is actually probably a headquarters where you could base your garage in the local area. All right, so here, so this is some sort of a dealership. So maybe if we get all the way to Nashville, because down here I'm sure it's a recruitment center. So let me do that. So at least I'm discovering something, because I don't like Kenworth, but I also think I have Kenworth discovered already. So knowing how this is, I know from Nashville when we used to go, we used to vacation in Gatlinburg a lot. I think it's only a 3-hour drive, so up here from Knoxville, it should only be a couple hours, so we should be there by 9 p.m., which would mean we'd be waking up at like 7 a.m., which would be good. So right now it'd be 5 a.m., which is fine, but it's not like we're getting too late in the day. And as I said, that gives us something, that we want for certain. We don't know what it is. And so it'll give us an opportunity. So let's do that. And at least I'll feel like I made an attempt. Because, the last time I discovered a truck dealer, I couldn't even tell you when it happened on this series. It's been a long time. I mean, I have at least 4. I know that because I've got the 4 different truck manufacturers available to me, one of which you get just by default. So I think the Freightliner I have is because I picked Freightliner as my favorite, and then that's the dealer it gives you pretty much almost immediately after you do your opening load. That's up in Gillette, Wyoming, which we haven't even been near. But
Keep right.
so the challenge is we've got 173 miles still empty. I think we'll be fine, but because at 60, 70 miles an hour, that's pretty right up there to 3 hours. And like I said, it's about 3.5 hours to Gatlinburg, which is south of Knoxville. So, but obviously we got to pass Cookville first. We're not there yet. So it looks like we have gone this way before. So at this point, I certainly have enough runs and loads that I can't remember them all now. So I know we had some in the Midwest. Obviously, this could just be that we're crisscrossing the country for some other reason. Not quite sure. But I'm thinking those buildings up there are Cookville. And that will then... No, they're not anything. They're just billboards. So, although that is an exit to Cookville, so I think we are here by Cookville. Trying to remember on I-40 what the exits in Tennessee are, or in Tennessee and not in Nashville are, but I don't remember. This isn't an interstate I ever really drove because it goes east-west. We were usually going north-south on I-65 because we lived south of the city in Spring Hill, which used to be where the Saturn plant was. So if you were in the U.S. in the 80s, particularly I think 84 was when everything kind of started, they had all kinds of commercials about this company that was remaking the auto industry, and they definitely did some cool stuff. They just didn't survive terribly long, and the plant then got taken over by GM. It's possible they got absorbed by GM to some degree, but they obviously didn't keep making Saturn cars. So by the time we moved in that area, it was a GM plant, and it was open and shut a couple times while we lived there, so kind of had that community impact. So certainly understand those auto industry swings, maybe better than some, because I've lived in a town that was, a lot of the residents were dependent on, and if nothing else, the town certainly liked the tax revenue too, so there was definitely an impact. But I didn't work for anyone that supplied them directly, so the fortunes personally for my job were not tied to the auto industry directly. Alright, so we're down to 106. We are past Cookeville. Nashville was, I think, further from Cookeville than Knoxville was, but we also, I think, only went like 60 miles or 50 miles between the two, and I can go 100 here, so we will see how that all plays out. I'm thinking this is the edge of it already. It is, because I think this was Briley Parkway. Alright, so we're going to want to exit here. We actually have everything we need right at that first exit. And yes, there's a garage. If we were to do that, I might, just for nostalgia's sake, make Nashville a garage I expand to. But, because obviously we've got the Cleveland garage, we can grow that, but Nashville puts us a little more centrally located, so that should make it easier for any drivers I stack there to find jobs. And Ashley Furniture is definitely something that is in Nashville, because that was where we bought some of our kids' bedroom sets when we moved down there, so.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
But, yeah, we got 83 miles, so we're in good shape. Whoa. The gutter guys. Alright. Domino's Pizza. Yuck. Not a fan. Alright, so we've got Centex, Caterpillar. There's a lot of stuff here in Nashville. That is for sure. So I'm hoping I can get up there and discover. Alright, it's a Mac dealer. I don't know that I have one of those. I'll be able to tell when we go in for gas, because if I have 5, then I'll know I hadn't discovered it. Because I think Mac was the other one that I was okay with. Why is it not? There we go. I'm like, why is it not discovering it? But it did, finally. Don't hit the cars. Thank you. Alright, I thought I could get in to the truck stop here, but it does not look like it. We've got a building that runs the length of the facility. Hoping this gets me in. Alright, yes it does. Alright, I just was kind of swinging wide enough, because I'm like, I don't want to get stuck somewhere, and alright, and so just out of curiosity, I will probably exit out to the menu and check the truck dealers, and I'll let you know what I see. But let me fill up here. so the good news is, yes, it was a brand we didn't have, so we now have 5. I thought you could tell, and you might be able to maybe when you're actually... Oh, no, I was in the place I would be normally. I was going to say when you're not like hauling a load, but it was the main menu, so... Alright, let me rest. Alright. So, we're fueled. 716 is the distance, so we really can't go much further. But, so I think the ones we're missing, because what I was saying is what you can't see is... You used to be able to kind of see, okay, here are all the dealers, and it had the logos, but now it just shows like a bunch of trucks when you click on it. Or that's what the button looks like, where before, if I recall, the button was the different dealers, and now it's not. But we don't have international. I know that's a dealer for sure, because obviously that was the thing that caused my problem, was the International 9900i. I guess it would help if I had my turn signal on. I don't know that that will change the trucks coming down the road here, but... and we don't have Western Star, which was definitely another brand that I'm okay with, but I think it was Mack, Western Star, and Freightliner, which were kind of my top 3. The good news is Jackson, Memphis, and Little Rock, Arkansas that we're going by all had symbols for truck dealers. So as part of this run, I'm going to try to... I'm going to stop at those, unless, you know, maybe I see on the map that they're Kenworth or whatever. Because I don't need those. Yeah, it popped out for a second. Just kind of verifying that yes, I do have whatchamacallit, I do have Kenworth unlocked. You know, not that I care, but anyway, it is available and not one I need. So yes, if it's a map like Cookville that shows me, ooh, it's Kenworth, I don't need to pull off. I'm certainly feeling comfortable at this point that what was suggested to me to download, which was the background map and that huge whatever, you know, huge combo fix or something, I think they called it, that it is working and that the map's not crashing anymore. So what it sounds like is maybe it was the background map that was the problem in some way, along with, you know, but of course the combo fix does something too, so. But in any event, like obviously we've looked at the map quite a bit, and it was significantly less looking at the map before that caused me some issues. Now the other thing I was just going to check, so yes, I think Nashville and all this down here, like this is all part of the Midwest expansion. So this is kind of the southern end of it, although I know Texas had some of its stuff. But basically, yeah, we had toward El Paso, and you know, we've already discovered a lot of the things we're going to be going by. But now it's just, you know, getting the truck dealers. So we'll take a bit of time to do that. So hope you won't mind. It'll be a little bit of a treasure hunt, but something that will help give me some options, and you know, could also give some options for what we give our drivers. Now in the past, I will say I kind of picked a really cheap Peterbilt day cab for them, souped it up as much as I could so that they could haul as many things as possible, but you know, it was just easy then to say just buy more of these, because you could save the configuration. So I don't know that I'm going to spend a lot of time doing a lot of different things, because it's not as if I drive them or anything. And I think I found that the Peterbilts were the least expensive trucks, so from a cost standpoint, it's kind of hard to beat. Yes, I've noticed again, like Allstate, Kroger, I wonder if somehow those companies maybe helped fund the folks that did the Midwest expansion, and that's why they have them in there. Or, you know, again, maybe they just chose to represent them as well-known brands. Is that a Jiffy Lube? It kind of looks like it. I'm not sure that it was. I couldn't really read it. Too fast. Don't want to lose my focus on the road for too long. But yeah, Jackson's kind of between Memphis and Nashville. Someone that worked for me when I was in Nashville was from Jackson. So that's kind of where I became familiar with where that was. And you know, Memphis, everybody knows, is the home of Elvis, so everyone knows where Memphis is, home of the blues too, or, you know, at least a good blues scene. I've never actually been to Memphis myself, but, you know, we were more partial to hiking in the outdoors, so when we vacationed in the state, we went to the Smoky Mountains. We didn't go out to Memphis and the Mississippi River. Nice river. Speaking of that, it's not the Mississippi yet, because we haven't even gotten to Jackson. But, so. But yeah, I'm assuming this is part of the Midwest expansion, and this absolutely makes this a lot more interesting to drive than just the general coast to coast. So I am enjoying this edition, because when I came through here last time, did not have this stuff. Whoops, I need to make sure. Is this Jackson already? It's getting close. So I need to figure out, okay, well, it's a Kenworth, so don't need that. So we'll skip that. But the one here in Memphis, we don't know. So that one we'll go visit. So basically the first exit in Memphis after the interesting stuff. Alright, was just making sure. I mean, I think it just had one dot on the map, but just double checking. So it looks like we exited, and I don't know if we exited and went to the gas station. I'm not sure why it showed us as exiting on that, because we didn't appear to have gone anywhere. But in any event, Memphis is a little under 100 miles away. We'll be there in no time in ATS world. The proverbial van. It's not the windowless van that is always associated with criminal activity. Just, you know, the way people talk about it, but oh wow, that's like an old van with the single door on the back, and he doesn't seem to have any seats in the back. That's like an old cargo van for sure, like maybe a contractor or something. Those tend to be ones that are windowless vans, because then they can just stack stuff up and not worry about breaking a window, or people breaking a window and stealing the stuff they have in there, because they look in and say, wow, there's thousands of dollars of tools in there. I want them. Alright, a little bit of construction. Yeah, not having driven this section since the expansion, I like it. This is nice. So I'm glad I found these and gave them a shot. So let's see, will we discover Jackson? Nope. But that's alright. I think we already had discovered Memphis, so... Because I think some of these towns, like Jackson or whatever, I think they're added as part of the Midwest expansion. It's just really interesting to me how just simple things like just having telephone poles along the edge of the road just make a huge difference. Like, it just feels entirely different than just driving through this vanilla landscape that we had. Because again, I'm not sure they've done much with the tree. I mean, they may have literally done nothing other than add telephone poles. Because as I look at this, the trees are kind of almost uniform enough that they could have been just what was there from coast to coast. But, you know, they may have added in some trees as well as the telephone poles. So yeah, looks like we did have to weigh there before, but we get the pass this time. It's all good. Just means we move along faster. We don't lose 2-3 minutes of progress. For stopping, speed, getting it back up to speed type of stuff. That's what I mean with the whole time. We're able to go full bore, and of course we're going to lose it all in going to visit truck dealerships that may or may not get us what we want. But the only way we are going to do it is by finding them. So, and my hope is, you know, just given how many there are and how many towns there are now, that they might actually be easier to discover. Because I would think they kind of mixed them up a bit, but... Alright, so this was the first one, so the next exit then is where we want to exit and go to the truck dealer. Crossing my fingers, because it would be great if I just stopped at 3 truck dealers, you know, the one being one I already did, and that I found all of them that I need. Because as far as I know, there's only 7, if I recall correctly, because I did definitely unlock them all in, certainly at least the one profile with the 40 level 41 type of thing. So, alright, I'm probably going to have to head over to the left and actually turn in that direction. We're probably not going to discover it just being here. It's interesting. It's a Ford. And there may be a Ford, but I didn't even know Ford was on there as a option for things, for, you know, companies, is the word I'm looking for. Oh, it looks like international, so I think we're lucky. Yes, it is. They don't have a 9900i park there. So let's see, can I pull in and turn around? I should be able to. So I think there's enough room here to do that, but I'll be careful. Yep. So yeah, that's just kind of the normal international dealer setup. They've had the 2 trucks in front of it, which would make sense. I'm sure, again, it's a pasted model that they just throw onto the map, but that is excellent. That gives me 6. Now I just need a Western Star. And I can't think of another. I'm trying really hard to think if there is a different dealer, but... Alright, he's floating and coming along. Nope, now he dropped onto the road. That's good. Turned off his jetpack. We buy gold. Those are definitely all over and causing people financial distress left and right, because the only people that make money at pawn shops and stuff like that and payday loan centers are not the folks that are customers. I'll tell you that. So, But sometimes people feel they don't have an option, and to some degree short term they probably don't. But just a little bit of assistance and some financial coaching advice, folks might be surprised what they could do. So I just pray folks get the opportunity to connect with someone who can help them like that, and maybe turn their fortunes around. Certainly a lot of it has to do with income. That's frankly, I think, a lot of reason people become truck drivers, is it's, one of those, you got to pay to get a CDL, a commercial driver's license, but other than that, then you can go to work for someone. You don't have to invest in a truck, you don't have to do all kinds of things, and, depending on what happens, at least in the past, you used to be able to make a good living at it. Now I know recently, with everything that's going on, I think a lot of people are leaving the industry because they feel those opportunities have been closed to them, because with like electronic driver logs, ELD, they see, now this is cool, because this is the Mississippi River, and there's like a barge down there. I don't think it's moving. I think it's all literally just static. But like on the coast-to-coast map before, because I talked about when we were coming from Minnesota, which doesn't have the Midwest expansion. If we go up there and we head back up here to this area, and up here, it's close, because it looks like this is all Midwest expansion stuff here, but there's no Mississippi River there when we crossed the other day. So unless I missed it, I don't know, maybe we crossed at night, but I swear there wasn't a river. That was big, that was wide, that's like what I'd expect, and I don't think even at night I would miss that. I don't think there was any bridge at all, so that was pretty cool. And again, maybe they just have it down here at Memphis. They don't do it at the other places. So yeah, next is Little Rock. That was the next place with a dealership. So can we be 3 for 3? Wouldn't that be just the best? It would be, I will tell you that with certainty. And then I'll just have to figure out, and that I will certainly then do another time. I'm not going to waste your time in this episode trying to figure out if I've got some brand that I'm forgetting, but I'm pretty sure that'll give us everything. Because there was like one, and I'm pretty sure in the level 40, what turned out currently to be the level 41 profile, but I was much lower then, and that was before Wyoming, before I was doing any stuff with the expansions like this. Well, frankly, I haven't driven with an expansion other than ProMods. ProMods Canada, which, if you've ever seen that, is this little tiny thing in British Columbia. And it's decent, but it's not, it's not like the European one. So, I just don't think they have a lot of people that work on the ProMods map. I'm going on a year and a half playing ATS, and I don't think there's been any kind of enhancement to the ProMods Canada map, where there have been multiples for ProMods Europe. I think it was on 2.4 when I started, and it's on 2.6 now. But ProMods Canada, the only time they change numbers is when they have to update it to continue to work with with an updated version of ATS. So it would be nice if somebody spent some time and truly developed out some things in Canada. But that's why We do have the Ontario one, and maybe that one is just as cool as some of these. So maybe we'll get up there at some point.
Keep left.
But yeah, this kind of stuff, just like mods in any sim, honestly, they kind of breathe new life into a game. I mean, that's where I think it's awesome that the modders that do the stuff, the fact that the game developer themselves made the game in a way that allows it to be expanded by others who just love the game and want to make it better. They just do so much. I mean, Farming Simulator is hundreds of times better because of mods and new maps and so forth. If all you had were 3 maps that they gave you, and yeah, they give you a few hundred pieces of equipment, but when you break it out across all the different types of things, well, hold on, I want to make sure, because I need to see where I need to exit now to get to, I think it's this one, yep. So the truck dealer is there, so we go around the loop. Yeah, I'm so glad I found that map thing worked, because there would have been no way to do this. I mean, this map would have been crashing left and right. Okay, so we go through the clover leaf and then we exit and go from there. And then, like, when I check the truck dealer map again, I will, if I still have to look, I'll obviously then scout out the next few cities that have dealerships that are on our route. Because the nice thing with this Midwest expansion is it gives us more cities and more dealerships. So, yeah, like with the level 41 one, that's why I'm pretty sure I have 7 makes drilled in my head, because I recall I think I had 6 forever, and I just could not find a city that had something, and I forget who it was. It might have been Volvo or something. But whoever it was, part of the issue was, I think where the other manufacturers had maybe 5 or 6 dealerships spread throughout all the maps, I think there were 3 of this, so it was like literally half. I was just panicking a little bit, like, wait, I gotta go around that, but no, it's a full clover leaf that I need to go around. And so that's why, like I said, I'm pretty confident it's 7, because I know they haven't introduced any new manufacturers. They just have added, I think they've added 4 or 5 new trucks since, in the year and a half since I've been playing, so
Keep right, and then
it's
exit
pretty
right.
cool. And I think Freightliner was added in at some point.
Exit right.
I don't think they were part of the core, but to me they're just, I don't know, I mean, part of my problem is, again, I'm not a truck driver, and maybe I'd appreciate stuff like this if I was, like this truck here
Keep
that we're
left.
driving that I don't like is, I don't know, maybe they're just dialed up and a little closer to a passenger vehicle, and so I just like the fancy fancy instrument panel and the sleek look of the truck. Because I don't know if you've ever seen a Freightliner Cascadia, the new ones. I mean, they're just really beautiful. Like, if I was gonna own a truck, that's the one I think I'd own personally. If I decided, yeah, I want to be a truck driver, and I'm gonna take some of my retirement savings and spend $200,000 on a truck.
Recomputing.
Again, I think I'd have to be a little crazy
And then continue
at this
straight.
point in my life, but
Go straight
stranger
on.
things have happened. People have midlife crises or something, you know how that goes. But I'm pretty sure I'll be okay. if I have the urge, maybe I'll find there's probably, well, I don't know. I don't know that they have truck shows. I mean, I know they have like trucking shows about the industry, but unless you're working in the industry, it doesn't really help. Although I suppose you could still see trucks, but I could just like go stand outside a truck dealer and look at them too. So, the only benefit is obviously like at a trucking industry event, they'll have the manufacturers there and trucks, and you can probably get in them, and they'll be a little more willing to have you play around. But yeah, again, I'm like 100% certain this is Midwest expansion, and like these are fleshed out cities and towns. These aren't just, I put some buildings in.
Go straight on.
So yeah, this is pretty nice. And I'm just curious, are they all, I can't tell the street names where no, it's like Nash or Washington maybe. But the last one was 26, this is 25th. Like other places, even in just base ATS, where I've seen street signs, they like repeat throughout the town. So, where here I think they actually did it, and whether it's the real streets or not that they've somewhat tried to model, I don't know, but I applaud the effort either way. Certainly making my experience much more enjoyable. Hopefully it's making you, the viewer's experience, much more enjoyable, but and talking about, again, the mods and whatever, I mean, the one I haven't talked about is Train Simulator, and I've kind of learned and figured out about these workshop scenarios that people can create and make available, and I've probably got a good 50 or something of those that seemed interesting to me that I pulled down, that I'm planning to get to at some point. Oh, there's truck headquarters if we wanted it here in Little Rock. I'm assuming, I don't know that I know the Arkansas flag. Is that the Arkansas? It says Arkansas on it. I guess it's the Arkansas flag.
Turn left.
I don't know. I erroneously assumed that, like, somehow a lot of the southern states had some sort of Confederate reference in their flags still, but I think maybe some of them have gotten rid of it, but this is going to be an interesting problem to turn around in, though. So I appreciate them getting me here. The likelihood of this being the dealership we need is going to be like 0, but yep, it's a Mac. I'm here, I'll discover it, because I got to turn around anyway. So I'm going to have to pull in and maybe go around the back, but okay. So no such luck about figuring out what it is. So let me go in there. They've got a pretty big parking lot. Ooh, oh, there's a train going by. I see it. Oh, it's over there. It's in front of us. I just saw the way it was moving. It made me think it was next to us. But it's not. Oh, see, I thought those trucks were... I guess those are parked here. Alright, so I need to scout out some more towns with truck dealerships on the way. Let me see what I can find. Alright, so it looks like Dallas and Fort Worth are my best hopes at this point. But I'm not sure we're really going to go near the Dallas one. It's kind of hard to tell on the map exactly where we're at on the route, but I think that's where it'll be, and then the next ones are down a ways in Mexico. And there seem to be several, like a lot in Mexico along the way that we're going. So, and I was able to find a screen that helped me verify, like on the upgrade parts, they've replaced this they've put Kamaz in there, which I don't know if that's like what that is, but and they don't have Kenworth available, which is weird. But in the dealerships there is Kenworth. I've got Price, Utah, and LA are Kenworth dealers that I've discovered. So so yes, I did verify. Western Star is what I'm looking for. There are 7. We currently have 6, which is 2 more than we started this episode with. So I have increased by 50% my footprint. So not bad. Not bad at all.
Turn right.
So yeah, we've got a little ways to get to, you know, those places. Dallas, Fort Worth. And Dallas and Fort Worth are right next to each other. They're referred to exactly that way, Dallas-Fort Worth area. You know, even when you're driving in real life, like they are really close together. They basically run into each other. That I've been in that space a lot. We had several companies down in Texas, little town west of Dallas, Fort Worth. Mineral Wells is where I was at most of the time when I was down there visiting, doing work. So I've done that flight and that drive several times, so familiar with that area for sure.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Okay. So, some pedestrians. Walking along. I don't know that I've ever like sat and looked at them long enough. Their faces are kind of scary looking, but they're trying. They're okay. She was better. The other one looked like she had really bad plastic surgery. So sorry to whoever models those for SCS, but your people models not so good. But it's a trucking game, so that's alright. Normally we're passing them while moving, we're not looking at them in detail, so. Just like, you know, in Farm Sim, every farmer looks the same. Even though obviously they're all very different people, but and now you can change them a little bit more in FS22, but still.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Oh, I do actually exit right. Okay, so we're going, I guess let's scope out where we're going. We're staying on 30, going by Texarkana. So do we stay on 30 to Dallas? Yep. Alright, looks like it's a Kenworth dealer, so we can skip that, I guess, while we're here. And then, yeah, that's Fort Worth. So that's an unknown. So we'll check that one out. That's going to be a bit of a challenge, though, because we're going to have to, like, come up and go over that way, so the way the roads are. But that's okay. We'll do what we need. We are on a mission now.
Exit right.
I am exiting right. Although, yeah, we're certainly kind of running strangely low on time. we have less than a 30-hour difference right now between when we need to deliver. I'm trying to remember if this was an urgent delivery. It may have been. So if that is the case, I may need to be careful with how many stops we make. Although, I mean, I think as long as I keep it reasonable, I should be alright. Just what I wasn't paying attention to is, yeah, if driving in there, if the time was ticking away and that whole excursion took me like 4 hours or something, then yeah, that's going to cause us a problem. And Fort Worth is certainly a bigger issue, so. Yeah, I'm just curious why the Kenworth dealers like show the manufacturer already instead of have you discover them, unless they're really not Kenworth and they're showing up that way, but that doesn't make sense. Then why wouldn't there be other ones? So, I don't know. I mean, I guess what I didn't do is like look at the map now that I've discovered the Mac dealer, because it just has I think a purple icon. It doesn't like show Mac on there. Alright, Texarkana's 107. Again, not very far. 341 miles till empty. We might be able to get to Dallas Fort Worth, so then it'll be good and we can pull off and fuel, and don't know that we'll have to sleep yet, but we'll see. See how it all plays out. But no, just even the passage of time in the game, I can't stress, at least for me, I don't know if everyone who plays the game feels the same way, but like, it is so much easier to drive in this environment. And, you know, I suddenly go from, I was at 2,400, 2,500 miles, wherever I told you that, and we've already gone like 600 miles, and it feels like I just said a while ago that we were at 2,400, and obviously that's not been the case. I mean, I can see it's, you know, 9 o'clock. It means I think I've been here for another hour and a half or whatever. Doesn't feel like that at all. I mean, it's just such a vast difference to have good quality maps that you're driving through. So, very cool indeed. That's all I can really say. And can't say it enough. And this is probably, I mean, again, I've never driven through Arkansas. It's like for any length of time. I mean, I know I have because I've driven up or down from Texas, but that was more when I was younger, as trips on with my family that we took. So I was certainly not really paying attention to what it looked like. Let me make sure I don't get myself in trouble. Alright, we can continue. Cool. Because, yeah, if I got next to them and then had to dump over, it would be worse. So it's kind of interesting because it almost looks like I went to that one, but I don't know. It's weird. And I don't know, maybe looking for the dealerships is part of what's helping the time go by faster, but I don't really think that's the case. So, Sim Dashboard is telling me 3 hours 50 minutes. Not sure if, you know, how accurate that is. Again, because of the Mexico piece, I think we tend to get through that a lot faster. I think I've dropped an hour and a half off of trips in Mexico pretty easily. You know, I could certainly see an hour and a half. I mean, we've got 1,800 miles to go. It's not like we've got a short route, but you know, we're not not having any challenges. Yep, we do need to keep right, so we will do that. Alright, so this I think is then where we get on to 30. And then kind of head over, so about 250 miles to empty. So our little tractor is making its way across the USA. Very nice. So I will say from a satisfaction standpoint, you know, job satisfaction, whatever, you know, I think it depends on how you look at things and so forth, but I'm not sure that there's a whole lot of other jobs you can do where you can just as clearly tie, like, what I do impacts people's lives directly and helps them be happier. Because literally everything, I mean, again, you may not be delivering to the endpoint, to a consumer endpoint, so you're not running a load to, say, you know, in the game here, to Walmart, where it's like, okay, clearly I'm delivering, you know, all the stuff. I mean, I can't tell you, you know, I'm a Sam's Club shopper, and we're always like, when's your truck coming? Because you're out of this. Will it be on your next truck? Well, maybe. We don't, you know, I mean, because they don't know, but it's very clear to everybody that shops at like a warehouse club, because they take the pallets off the truck and put the pallets on the floor. I mean, it's literally the truck shows up and stuff that, you know, they don't really even have a back room. They're just putting stuff off the truck out there, and then we're buying it directly. But even if you're not shipping to an end retailer like that, you know, there's still an understanding, like, I'm bringing something to somewhere that's going to make something of that thing that ultimately someone's going to use. I mean, we had the event in ATS. Again, it was before I was doing the series on YouTube, but, you know, we had to deliver COVID vaccines even in ATS, and even though it's a sim, it just still felt cool, like, hey, you know, we're doing something that has a positive impact on the world. And so, you know, that's the thing that attracts, you know, it at least gives me some mystique or lure of those jobs, is like, you know, it's like, hey, you know, there could be many worse things you could be, other than, you know, a trucker's not one of them. I mean, if anyone doesn't understand in the pandemic how important truckers were to making sure things operate, you just weren't paying attention. You know, I mean, we're totally reliant on all of that, and we always are. It's just, I think it brought it to the forefront. So it's just cool where you're like, you know, I'm hauling a tractor and somebody's going to need this thing, and that's why I'm being paid to do it, and it's pretty neat. I guess the wheels are kind of moving behind me. First I was like, do these seriously just have like a static image of wheels in the back mirrors? But I guess they are, because they're turning so fast. It's that blurred type of motion. But yeah, you can see stuff changing, especially like on the sides of them, like the, not really hubcaps on a truck, because they really don't have those, and I'm looking more at the, like, between the two wheels, which certainly aren't, nobody can even see those, but you can see a lot more rotation there in the center of that. So there you go. In that short little bit of time, I've been talking about how amazing, and we made 200 miles again. Like, it feels like it was in 5 minutes, and maybe it was. Maybe that's about the pace it goes, but I don't think so, because a lot of times you can do like 600 miles in a day, and it takes more than 15 minutes, obviously, to get a day done in ATS. So, Sulphur Springs.
on.
There you go. Discovered a town. You know, and so again, I think this route is one of those that, just like when we went across and went through Nebraska and Kearney and all that, you know, we've come this way before, but you're seeing there's intersections and stuff that are not discovered, and that's because for the Midwest expansion, they got added in because either they put a new city there or created a junction to get, to get somewhere. So definitely nice. But yeah, we're down to 138 miles. I'm hoping we're close. 4.5 hours till we have to rest. But because I think Sulphur Springs is in Texas, so I think we're well into Texas at this point. But I don't know about well into, but yeah, clearly we're there. So yeah, Dallas, Fort Worth should be okay. 132 miles. I can't be that far to those parts of the map. There's the Domino's. I don't know if it's the same truck that passed us before. I don't even know if they were like coming in the same direction. But in any event, we're passing one now. So yeah, we're going to get up there and then make that giant like 180 turn, and then we'll be heading south into Dallas. We'll see how that's all modeled up. But yeah, it'll work out because it's a little early now, but I'm thinking once again the time's probably going to tick away pretty quickly, so that by the time I get there it'll be later, and it might be good not only to stop for fuel but to sleep. So again, we're doing like 700 miles in a day, and we're not doing it in 20 minutes, so I don't know. I've never really timed it. But obviously, you know, we've timed it in that regard that, you know, I've done 4,000 mile journeys for this series, and we know it's 3 hours or something. Right, so there's the U-turn, I think. So, yeah, I think we just need to go to the right, so it's not really a U-turn, it's just how this plays out. Because, yeah, 35 east, 35 west, it's there, it's in Minneapolis. They all work the same way. It's the same interstate that's in Minneapolis. But, so just trying to make sure I don't have a problem here. So the DFW airport, I assume, is what they're modeling over there. Pretty cool that the planes are actually taking off and landing. I've seen planes in the air on ATS before. I don't know that I've seen an airport where they're coming up and down, though. Alright, and we've gone this way before, I guess. 35 east. Because we've got this side discovered. So, I guess that means we've gone through Dallas before. Now, I'm assuming I don't want to, like, cut over. Oh, well, I could, actually. Maybe I'll do that. Because then that'll just get me over, down. Yeah, that might work. So, let me do that. I'm hoping it's, because this is like along the airport and whatever, that it's going to be, you know, at least a 55 mile an hour road. And that way, because otherwise we're going down and coming back up, and this did clearly say DFW, so on the map, so that is what it is. Does it actually say Dallas-Fort Worth on the buildings? That would be cool.
Turn left.
You can, I don't know. Oh, that's like a fighter jet or something. There's probably something like that here, but that's pretty neat. No, I think those are just red doors. I thought somehow I was thinking they were letters, but they're not. But yeah, from a mileage standpoint, at least, this won't, won't give me an issue. So you can see again the garage looking out over the airport if you wanted that view. So there's Coastline Mining again. That was the truck I had before that fell off the ends of the earth. So, I like that patched road there. That was kind of cool. United Van Lines, they're movers. Somebody moving in or out of Dallas-Fort Worth. Pretty nice, but yeah, see, this is 65, so I like it. It's just like being, Ruan, another decent sized carrier. So here's the DFW. Ooh, this might be close. Alright, we made it. Again, because I was going 65. I knew it'd be tough to stop, so.
Keep left and then turn left.
So this is definitely bigger, a longer way than I thought, because now we haven't gained a mile. We finally went a mile, so this is definitely slowing down the pace a bit here. So, yeah, I mean, we've gone a ways, but we're clearly, we've been driving pretty crazy for a bit, so. The good news is it's not burning a ton of gas, but bad news is we're obviously not making up a ton of miles. And that may change as we move along here. I don't know. We'll see. So obviously, yes, the difference is if we had stayed on the internet, obviously we'd have gone down. We'd have gone around the turn. But then, like I said, we'd have to come right back up to this road, so it just didn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I mean, we certainly had the opportunity to get stuck at several lights, but it hasn't worked out that way, so. Arlington. So, Arlington, Texas is around there, so that's cool. Home of the Texas Rangers. I am a baseball fan, so less American League per se than National League, but my current hometown team is American League, so I know of and appreciate. And I guess once they put the designated hitter in, which I think is this year, in the National League, I guess it's all going to be the same. That's honestly why I wasn't a fan of the American League. I just didn't like that. Other than that, it's not like I don't like the teams or don't like the cities or something like that. But all right, Fort Worth. I'm guessing that population's relatively accurate if we looked at it. If they went through and made the effort to make the signs, I'm sure they made the effort to make them legitimately relevant. But so it would definitely be interesting for some of these garages. And that building is definitely unique looking. I wonder if that's some sort of, whoops, this is red. I was like, oh, we're moving along, and then suddenly I get stopped. But then, yes, I'm turning not here at the light, because I think that gets me onto the interstate. I don't want to do that, but alright, can I go in here? I think I can. So we'll get into, we'll get fuel. And I guess we'll rest. Might as well. But yeah, this is Love's giant truck stops. That's kind of what they're modeled here. Heck, I mean, ooh, that garbage can's out there, though. I don't know if I would hit that and get stuck. I don't like that part of it, but... Because obviously I know, you know, SCS is doing Texas as well. They're including a lot of this kind of stuff, but yeah, I'm just curious if things are going to be as elaborate on these games as they are. So I think I'll go to the truck dealer and just sleep there, because I can. Although now that I think about it, if I don't do that, I don't have to pull in, because I just need to go by. And this is way bigger, so I think I'll rest here. Oh, I probably have to pull into the spaces, though. Alright, good enough. So, gets us to 4:27 a.m. Again, now we're down to 18 hours? Wow. Yeah, only 18 hours difference, so... Can I exit here, or do I have to go back up? I think I have to go back up, so... Better be careful. At this point, we don't have any other truck dealers that we can stop at until Mexico anyway, and then we'll have a better position of, like, are we really running tight? Because in theory, at this point, like, we're 2 days away, so... I mean, it's telling me 72 hours of driving time, but if I can do 700 miles, 800 miles a day, you know, that'll kind of get me there. This does not look like Western Star. It's international again. Oh well. See, and then it just turns purple. It doesn't give me the... Like, if I go to the map... Yeah, there's no logo, so... I think if it says Kenworth, it's kind of foolish of me to assume it's not Kenworth, so... Alright, so... I mean, not unexpected. I mean, we've got 6 of 7 manufacturers, and... Therefore, 6 out of 7 chances are going to be something that I've found, where before, at least, I was closer to 50-50, where I had discovered 4, I still needed to discover 3, so I had a bit of a chance to discover, and I just got lucky. It just, yes, I know Western Star is one I really like. As an alternative to Freightliner, so I really would like to find one of those. I probably could have done without the International if I had to, but at this point it kind of becomes a mission. Like, I just want to get it. I'm a completionist. I want to finish it, which is why someday, you know, maybe before I die, you know, hopefully I've got many, many years on this earth. This is certainly not a pastime that takes a whole lot of effort to participate in. As long as I can sit and move my arms and think, I can play this game. So, in theory, I can do it till I'm old and gone. Maybe one of these days, a profile like this, I'll get 100% of discovery of the roads. Wouldn't that be insane? Let's just think about how many roads are on this map, the way I've got it configured. You know, because initially you're like, well, you know, you're already at 11%, like, you know, and you're only on what? This is like episode 15-ish or something. I mean, so, you know, 250 episodes, you'll be there. But obviously, we're not discovering the same pace. Like, you know, the first 3-4 episodes, everything was new. You know, we were gaining 2-3% a day, you know, an episode. But now we're probably gaining fractions of one. Well, we're almost guaranteed gaining fractions of 1%. But all right, so now we're going to El Paso, I think we said. So Abilene's probably not going to get discovered. Midland, Odessa. Goodness, we got a ways to go. All right, so we do that whole El Paso to St. Teresa loop. But yeah, the dealerships are like down here somewhere, so we'll see. But no, what we might discover is, like, it really isn't going to be 72 hours down in Mexico to get there, and that may be where we start to separate from the 89 hours we have to get there. Because again, that's still 3 days, 4 days, 3 days for sure, because I think that'd be 72. So that would mean I can sleep twice, where right now it's telling me if I sleep twice I'll be late. So, or kind of right on, but so I'm not buying it, if you can tell. But yeah, Texas is big, so I'm sure we'll do plenty of miles here going through here. Oh, I can go 80. I didn't realize that. Let me try that if I can potentially go a little faster. No harm, no foul for that. So it's early morning. Like I had in my head, I should stop so that we can see, but I did stop. I stopped early enough that it meant we're driving before the sun comes up. But that just worked out best that way. Hirschbach. Like, I know I've seen them, but I don't know that I've ever paid attention to their name. It's not one I'm as familiar with as some of the others. Road work ahead. That could be not a good thing, but again, it's on the highway, so it should just be going down to one lane. It shouldn't be a stoplight or anything. But, you know, again, this is where you kind of are like, is this always here? Is this part of the map? I won't know. And this is now large enough that honestly, I don't know that I'll remember stuff like that. Because there was something like, I think it's in Colorado or something, but there's someone somewhere, like there's this busted fire hydrant that is shooting water straight up in the air. And you like pass it, you know, regularly, and then you're like, oh, yep, I'm back by the shooting fire hydrant. But road work and stuff like that, is so somewhat generic that, you know, one thing with a backhoe and walls is going to look like another thing with backhoe and walls, and it's like, was it here? Was it there? You know, it's just hard to know. And so there are certain things, because I think there are a couple places on the map that always have construction on like SCS pieces, but I'm assuming that these folks did something similar, so. So, did we hit Abilene yet? I don't know that we did. Again, I'm just kind of moving along now. And now it is, and I think this is really, I mean, West Texas, this is kind of it. So, just scrub and desert. I mean, we're just kind of in that part of the country now. So, no real downside to the modern. Why is it telling me this is Fort Worth? We have left Fort Worth. We better not be heading back to Fort Worth. In any event. Alright, is it going to make me stop? Abilene's 21. Oh, it's just, I see a scale. Kind of like another guy I was watching the other day. He's like, is it a way station? And he's like, same like me. Saw the scale and assumed it was a way station. I'm like, are they going to make me stop? Obviously, a rest area is not going to make me stop, but that's not what I saw. So, this must be an interchange with tons of lights. Thinking, well, I clearly went through here at some point. I don't think the coast-to-coast thing did this, but maybe they did. But yeah, this is a little nuts here. So, heading over. Sweetwater, Texas. I have heard of it. Heard of a lot of Texas towns I've never been to. Texas likes to talk about itself a lot. Which is fine. I mean, lots of states do too, but sometimes, you know, there's definitely a stigma around Texas just being a little bit too big for its britches. You got a lot of land, you got a lot of people, but you're still, you know, part of a whole, and even though they like to think otherwise, the whole is better than the sum of its parts. And, you know, even if you want to claim Texas is one of the best parts, there's stuff you get being part of the whole that you're not going to be able to do on your own and do as well. So yeah, I'm just not big on bragging and so forth. So folks that tend to like to toot their own horn, tell everyone how great they are. Not a lot of patience for me on that. Kind of the actions speak louder than words. You want to be great, be humble, and you know, do great things that help others and so forth. You know, then you might be getting close to great. Other than that, you're just full of pride and doing a lot of boasting that really isn't gonna be worth anything. So it's like someone's turned the light bulb on. Like suddenly the light started. You know what? I think we changed time zones because now it's suddenly 7:22 a.m. I think we hit mountain time or something, and just then flipping the hour forward, like the light engine's like, ooh, it's an hour ahead. So it was kind of like flipping a light bulb, but alright. So no, I will say, it's the scenery, it's the stuff, because now, I mean, yes, it's desert, this is proper. There's nothing done wrong here with modeling it, but I'm getting that restless blah again, like, alright, same old, same old. But, yeah, that other 1,000 miles passed super fast going through the other space. So, and now the last 100 has been like an eternity. But, so, 9:30 at night. I might be able to get this done, and, you know, I'm kind of in that mode again. Like, I want to get going. I want to get a couple episodes moving, get them in the pipe. But I've got Now, now that I'm trying to do all this stuff, I've like got all this, gotta do this, gotta do that. I got Farm Simulator potatoes I gotta deliver. So I think I'm gonna have to do those tomorrow, because otherwise they're just sitting there for nothing, and then I'm gonna be back into like, it's time to plant, and I still haven't delivered my potatoes, just like I hadn't like cleared out my supplies from a trailer and had to waste some time doing that. So, but in any event, I was vowing I wasn't going to use that "in any event" phrase. I determined, I think in the episode that crashed, I'm like, I say that all the time when I've got nothing to say on this series. That becomes my thing, in any event. And then I don't talk about an event. So, it just sounds stupid. So, I caught myself several times, like, nope, shut up, just don't say anything, if that's what you're going to say next, but it slipped out. So, it can be like the drinking game you have watching my channel. Every time I say "in any event," drink your favorite beverage. You probably drink a lot of it, because I probably say it even more than I'm aware of. This is a big, 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 big state. Finally at Midland. My goodness. Wow. That is crazy. That is all I can say. It is crazy. Midland, Odessa. We had discovered it before. Looks like there's a recruiting center for peeps. I suppose that's the other problem I have, is I haven't found a whole lot of recruiting centers. So that means when we go to hire drivers, we're going to have slim pickings. But even when I've had lots of recruiting centers, pickings are usually pretty slim anyway. So the last time I did it, I just decided I'm just going to hire female truck drivers, because I just was like, I'm going to be that company that like gives female truck drivers jobs. And so I would just only do that, and I was able to get like 80 or 90 before they stopped showing up at a pace, because a lot of times I drive enough, I get enough money that I'd at least buy a medium garage anywhere that I was at. There's no point in buying a small garage. I'm not even sure you can get to a small garage other than your starting location. But again, like doing it anyway, like it makes little sense. So I'd always get the 3-bay garage. So I always made sure I had enough, which I think is like $1 million, to basically buy 3 trucks, hire 3 drivers, and buy the garage. And so every time I got close or hit $1 million, which is why, like I said, I wasn't normally like driving with it. It was like, ooh, I hit $1 million. Before I do the next thing, I'm buying another garage and hiring more drivers. So, but yeah. But then you're looking at the recruiters to hire those drivers, and you end up with 10 screens of 4 drivers apiece or something. So you got 40 candidates to pick from. But once you get off the first page, like everybody's pretty much entry level type thing. Like I think the skill level's like 0.7 or whatever it is what is the kind of what the lowest is that they are normally set to. And I don't know that the skill level does anything other than just give you some base information. I don't think there's actually any gameplay features, but don't know. Yeah, the other thing I was thinking of the other day, just not sure once again best way to do it, and I think part of why it halted as quickly as it did. But I was like, I forgot, honestly, that I had started the Real Economy series in ATS, and I got 2 episodes of that done pretty early. So, I mean, if you want to check it out, I'd certainly appreciate it. Go take a look. But the challenge there becomes the payoff's so low, and you have to do so many episodes that or so many runs that I think basically by the second episode I think I did 3 or 4 deliveries, and all I was doing was showing the start and the stop, but like the deliveries are still the length. It's just because you're doing the Real Economy, like this run, instead of being whatever it's going to be 100, and now I see it, 100, almost 163,000 would be like $2,000 probably, because it was the same thing. Like the runs that are $10,000-$12,000 are like $50 with the Real Economy mod, and it is realistic in what it is, but the challenge becomes like they kept the truck prices the same because, again, the truck prices are relatively realistic in ATS. You're going to be paying $100,000 for even a base truck if you're buying it new, and and a lot more if you're getting it new and it's a sleeper cab and massive engine and this and that and whatever. And that's why people work for a long time to save up enough money to buy their own truck, because that's just the reality of it. You've got to run hundreds and hundreds of loads to make enough money, maybe even thousands of loads. So, and so the thing was, like, while I was able to drive, at that point I hadn't tried like this kind of map thing. I mean, this might be, I don't know, now that I'm thinking about it, it might be worth, like, if I go back to something like that, to restart it, because it's not like I went that far, but like put myself somewhere in the Midwest expansion section and have that be my home, and then I can do a bunch of little short runs, but I've got all kinds of places to go to. That might actually be kind of entertaining, because the problem became with the way it was. I was just doing it, I believe. Again, I haven't gone to look at the profile that I have with it, but I think I just have the base maps, and and I'm running a bunch of short runs because it's like, I just want to get them done and have something to show and put an episode together. But making $50 here, $75 here, I think you still start with the 1,500 that the game gives you, but I'm at, like, I haven't even made $2,000 yet, and I think I've run like 7 or 8 runs, and I think I've run some longer ones where I got a couple $100 or something. But it's like you'll do 1,000 miles and get paid $200. So here we're doing, if I broke this down, I'd be getting $40,000 for doing 1,000 miles, which is not reality. But so yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see. Because the problem is I would have to start over, because my thought was, well, I could add the maps in, but depending on where I'm at, I'm not sure that would work, because I think I started in LA because I figured, well, there's a lot of stuff there. I don't know. But once again, it's just that almost becomes worse, because I probably spend like the 5 hours, if I theoretically take 4 or 5 hours to get this run done, like doing 4 to 5 hours in that series is going to make like a few $100 at most. And so, It just, the progress was going to be exceptionally slow, and it just was more of an intriguing idea to me. You know, and I think I was upfront that, like, episodes will show up when they show up. Like, this is not going to be an extremely active series, but for someone who wants to follow it. But I think that would make, for me, and again, probably for folks watching, would make it way, way more interesting to, like, position this thing somewhere smack dab in the middle of the Midwest expansion, like right in the Midwest somewhere. I'd have to look at the map in more detail. You know, I don't know if it would be Nebraska, Missouri, something like that, and just, that's my home base to start, and you know, you're just kind of working out from there. Alright, so now we're in Cactus Land. Wow. Oh, we're close. Just amazing how wide this is. Wow. It's just huge. It is just huge. I mean, I'm zoomed in, I get that, but it's big. Alright. So I'm thinking 10-15 minutes I should be out of Texas. Maybe in Mexico by then. And then it's just a question of really how fast do we go. Because yeah, now it's still probably 18-19 hours separate. It hasn't changed much from that, but I think I've gained like an hour. And I'm a little past halfway, 7.5 hours till I need to rest. But, you know, it's still telling me 3 hours and 15 minutes in real time to get done. And if that's the case, I'm not getting done today, because I am not staying up till midnight to run this. I mean, I'm realistically probably gonna, you know, there's nothing that says, hey, I have to get this done today, but it's like if I'm really close, say in the next 45 minutes, you know, I might push it forward and then, you know, basically kick off the next episode, see where I'm going. Because I think I've got a few more of these before I've got my options. And once again, it'd be lovely if I could get a Western Star dealer so that I can really, really assess my options of what I want to do. But now I've got this bug-in that I've put in myself of this real economy modding, or real economy trucking, and how that would work. Because that's the one thing that I felt was kind of missing. Like when you do that real economy, you know, you're still limited in the places you can go, and then you've got to drive so much that if you don't have anywhere to go, which is why I actually was trying to do it in European Truck Simulator, but there weren't the same kind of mods, and they weren't being maintained as the ones I found for American Truck Simulator. So that's why I did it that way, because with Euro Truck Simulator, I'm like, well, I've got, you know, ProMods Europe, which is highly detailed and has a lot of intricate roads, and I thought that would be fun, but I couldn't find stuff that worked the way I was hoping, like the stuff worked in ATS. There were a few little things here and there, but it's like people weren't doing that there. So, and I don't know why. I'm curious why that never took off. But maybe folks that lean to that side of the simming community just had no interest in emulating reality in their sim. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that in a bad way, even though I'm kind of laughing about it, but I just don't know how else to explain it. Like, it's just like, no, it's a game. I'm not gonna torture myself that way, because frankly, I mean, it's a ton of work. I mean, you're literally at that point just driving because you love the physical act of driving, but you're not driving to make progress, because you're making very, very little progress. Although, you know, I think one of the mods that I was using, it changes the leveling, so I think I'm up to level 4, you know, which is good because at least it gives you the skill point options, so that you can like start unlocking different load types. But that's interesting. Oh, that's just because you're kind of seeing inside the hill. Like, I don't want another point where I'm like falling off the map because I'm like, there's stuff in the air again. Like, please don't tell me we're gonna have a problem, but I think we're okay. So, we've got a lot of road going next to us there, but nothing that we can go to. This is just crazy how this is all working out. I don't know. 161 miles. I'm trying to figure out, that must be a recruiting agency down there. Oh, it's like behind the Ford thing or whatever. That's strange that you have to kind of like go back there like that. Which is why, again, I honestly laugh about the, oh yeah, someday I'll, you know, whoa, I can't exit right there. Oh, that's bad. Did I do tons of damage? Oh boy, did I? Oh, I did. It said exit right. Ah. Alright, I'm gonna be a bad boy, and I'm gonna go back to my last save game.
Okay, here we go. Ready to roll. Let's do this.
Alright, so I'm starting, this was where it had it, but I went a couple saves back too, and it still says 7% damage, so maybe I didn't actually get any damage for running into that, but obviously now I know where I kind of need to go, so... but in any case, I'm 7% and 7%, so it may have just been the normal wear and tear, because the other thing that I realize is like the cargo's not damaged, and that's the bigger issue, so I'm thinking that maybe it didn't give me anything terrible for that, so, which is like, thank goodness, but
Right, and then exit right.
because yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, I need to exit, and then I saw the arrows, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Exit right.
Alright, I see. I mean, it is close, but
Keep left, and
Where is it taking me? Is it, like, wasting my time here? Is this, like, the only way to go? Because, yeah, it's like... This is like some overhead thing. It's like I literally couldn't do it any other way than make this U-turn. And obviously I went this way before, so... That is such a goofy design, if that's really how this is in real life, and it may be. Again, it's Texas. They do things strangely sometimes.
Left, and then exit left. Exit left.
Okay, I definitely want to go exit left. But yeah, I literally did this before, so I'm thinking this is how it works. Going through here and through Juarez and all that. Alright. So, a little bit of excitement for my evening there.
Right, and then exit left.
Then it wasted 2 or 3 minutes for nothing, but
Exit right.
But yeah, the important thing is there's no cargo damage. So,
Keep right,
but yeah,
then
it's a
turn left.
recruitment agency, and
Turn
so,
right.
sorry, I'm like keeping track of the traffic and trying not to mess up. So there you go, you've got Texas. So now in some cases, you know, I have to be honest, like some of the stuff on the Texas side there, I'm like, is the SCS stuff going to be as good as some of what the Midwest expansion people created? Because it's pretty in depth in some cases what they've modeled out there. So, because no, I'm willing potentially if I need to go another hour to finish, I could do that. I just don't know that. So I'm going to see where I'm at in about half an hour, and unless I'm really close, I think I may pack it up for this time. As much as that pains me, but you know, I can't keep getting super tired, and I'll have time tomorrow and the next few days to potentially keep doing stuff. Because I mean, the good news is, as far as, you know, on the other things that are drawing my time in the simming world to get to you folks, you know, I've got a break because I've harvested, like I said, so short of delivering and then kind of planning out what my next thing is going to be. You know, there's not a lot to do. We're heading into winter in the farming in Misty Brooks, so I should have time to do a bit, because what I would like to do is in this point is get my truck. I would love to get to that point where we're finally done with that and kind of see where that takes us at that point.
Go straight on.
So we're heading to the border. We have crossed here before many times, so I do not expect to have a problem. But I've learned, if I've learned anything over the last 3 or 4 episodes, just because I don't expect a problem doesn't mean I'm not going to have a problem. Because you know what'll happen, like as soon as everything's now working, then like there's going to be an update to ATS, it's going to break all these mods, you know. Because we may be in the same boat where I may suddenly have this long hiatus because I'm stuck waiting for things to be fixed to work with 1.44, but we'll see. This is not a fun hill. Of course, this guy with these pipes isn't doing any better than me, if that's any consolation, I guess. I think we're there. I think I can. So, looks like south, so I think we finally swung around that turn. Because this is like a really weird little approach here, where you're definitely just circling around before you're getting to the border. So yeah, it's like coming up here. But yeah, we're literally at the border. Alright, so I'm going to check real quick, because now is the time to look. So, Chihuahua Delicias Camargo. Okay. Okay, so it looks like I went to take a peek at the truck dealer map. So Chihuahua, Delicias, and Caramago, whatever it is. Those are the next 3 places that we have possibility for a truck dealer. And I think that may be it. I didn't see any else nearby. I didn't go too far down, to see if we have any other opportunities, but the hope would be, because what I'd like to think is that in the Mexico map itself, they tried to make sure they covered all the manufacturers so that if somebody just wanted to run Mexico, they could do that in a self-contained way and not even have to come up to the US. But I'm not sure. So we'll see how that is. But yes, I think basically after we crest this hill is kind of where we're coming up to the border. And obviously it takes us a little bit to get through the border crossing, because you got to weigh, you got to keep stopping at the gates. So we're going to spend some time here. That doesn't help us from a progress standpoint, but so yeah, that's where you come in from the other side, which is where we had come. Okay, so commercial trucks. I'm not going to make the mistake of going to the car lane like I did before. And then things don't work and so forth, so that gets to be not fun. But no, we came up the other way because we had to. That was the one where we had to go around because we were stuck and couldn't. The game kept crashing when we were going up across the border by Nogales and all of that. So we'll be here, and then we got the stuff on the Mexico side. And we'll go do that. So what is this? And it says we can go this way. Even though it says empty, nothing to declare, I'm like, well, it gives me an icon, so I'm going to assume I can go here. And there we go. We can go here, so that's a good thing. Alright, so I can bypass the way station. I guess that's a good thing too. And now we are in Mexico. And we can hopefully move soon. So we'll start seeing how things go. So again, we're going to Chihuahua. We're going forward. That guy looks like he's doing some weird stuff over there. So, yeah, the disappointing thing is, like, if I had my 2 hours back, like, I would have the mission, or this load done. So, it just, you know, kind of sucks that way. That was kind of why I had started when I started, is I'm like, this will be great, because I'll be able to get a load done tonight, and now I'm in danger of that not being true. But we'll see. You know, because the problem is, you know, 1,000 miles exactly right now, so you know, it's just, I'm trying to remember, because I haven't gone through central Mexico in a while. Like, do we have a lot of that 30-mile-an-hour stuff? I don't remember. But at this point I can go 55, so I'm going to go 55. If I didn't care about the money, I could do the Sammy Hagar thing. I can't drive 55 and go crazy. Thinking I should stop and get gas. Actually, there's gas there, so we'll do that. Where's Chihuahua? Alright, it's down here. So, while we're looking, let's look. Alright, so that's where we want to go. We just want to stay straight. And then we can we? Because I'm worried it won't let me. I guess I can go this way and get back to where I want to go. So much stuff. But yeah, the truck dealer's up there. So it's kind of on the way. But yeah, I'll stay here and we'll go ahead and get gas up there. I mean, I got 114 miles, so I'm not in any danger. Yeah, they don't have a stop, so I just want to make sure we don't have any problems. Because, yeah, we got 4.5 hours. I mean, again, if I sleep now, we'll be driving through the night, so I definitely don't want to rest. So, yeah, I'm just going to be more curious, like, is it going to give me some improved times? Because there is no way it's taking me 60 hours of drive time. That's just not right. I know it's not right. Yes, I know. I know I'm running out of fuel. See, I'm not sure if that's like a easy pass over there. I just don't know. Because, you know, these take a while to just even pay and open up. I don't understand why they're so complex. But I am impatient right now, because I just want to be able to say I have one done. This truck is not going to try to, alright, like, he's not going to race me and then try to get in front. You know, it's bad enough cars are doing that, but cars at least can go. That was just lovely. I forgot about that. Alright, because yes, here, see, in theory, we can go 75. Like, these should not be problem areas, but of course we're having to stop constantly, so, like, we're not going 75, we're only going 50. But yeah, I think we've been to Rio Verde, so I believe this is literally just going to be the same roads that I've gone to, other than when I deviate to go hopefully find a Western Star dealer. Because, yeah, that would be very, very nice. Because I think Western Star was my second preference. I think they had some pretty cool instrument panels and power options and so forth, so. Alright, so this is the part where we are heading off to the side, I guess. I don't know, my directions aren't working. To the west. Oh wait, no, we're going to the south, so. That's where we were going south before, but I guess not. But anyway, we're cranking along. And yeah, we're coming up on 100 miles out of that 1,000 already knocked out, so it's looking good so far. You know, I know Chihuahua's a little ways down there. Probably not as far as I'd like. Bahamas there. We do have the Caribbean thing now, so maybe it's coming from there. Don't know. A lot of wiggling around here. Again, I do need to remember I'm looking for gas. Okay, it's right around this turn, because yeah, I'm down to 46 miles, so like this is getting dangerously close, so we'll see. I'm coasting. I'm like trying to nurse my gas. It's still going down though. Whoa. Too much wiggling around. I need to not do that before I hit a sign and then create another problem for myself. But yeah, like in the real-time thing, like it just went down 6 minutes, and and I think it was literally in the course of a minute that it did that, so. So whoa, what are you doing? I guess it is only 50, but still, it's 50. Alright, 3 hours and 12 minutes, so I really don't need to rest yet. Yeah, this was the one that I've pulled in before, and I'm like, this wall is close, but then it ended up being not quite as close as it appeared. Alright, so we're good with gas. Get ourselves to whatever it was, 700, so we're going to have to fill up one more time, because it was only 700 something, 716. We've got 892 to go. We're hitting the back there, but I think we're okay. Oh, that's right, this is the horse that walks. So he's like the fire hydrant. So he's like always here, eating and walking. Alright, so this is Villa Humada. So I don't think we're near Chihuahua yet. I want to get myself zoomed out. See, so Rio Verde, like, yeah, it's a ways down there, obviously, but yes, we've been there before. So, anyway. So we've got a ways, which is not surprising. We knew we had a ways, but yeah, it's these little towns that give us the thing that takes a while, because we're going 37, and then we've got another toll and all that, but we got enough gas to fuel up half of Mexico here. It's crazy stuff. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna see if this is an electronic one. I mean, yeah, it says telepass. There we go. Because then I don't have to slow down. And if I don't have to stop and pay a toll, it's gonna help. Because I got a truck that takes forever to speed up. So, good to know. Good to know. That's all I can say. Good to know. Alright, so now we can go faster. That's also good to know. But now the best news would be if, like, the first truck dealer in Chihuahua is like, yep, Western Star, I can scratch all that off my list, and I can just drive. Because that certainly has taken time going through that effort today. But like I said, it's an important part of our goals to be able to complete what we want to complete. So I don't want to be ignoring that, really, and then, you know, getting to the point where I'm like, oh, maybe there were other options that I would like to try. Because I can't say that it wouldn't be interesting, maybe just to have something else to look at, but the Freightliner 2022 dashboard might be enough, because I don't have one of those that I own in any profile, because they've just come out. So trying to remember if this was one place like where I went over something and then it like gave me damage in my trailer or load, and it was just like a patch in the road or something, and that I couldn't even have avoided. I hope not, but I guess we'll see. You can see, yeah, at this point we're at 8%. I think hitting that sign didn't do anything. I just got myself worked up about nothing. Alright, I keep forgetting I can, like, zoom in on the map. I don't have to necessarily, I mean, although it doesn't tell me, like, where gas and stuff is, but alright, so it's possible by the time we get to Chihuahua we're going to need to rest, because 2 hours and 23 minutes and counting. So this is the one part that is a little goofy, because yes, it just does like meander around, like I'm not actually making progress. It's like I'm doing switchbacks going up a mountain. So I'm making very little southern progress here. But obviously I'm having to drive it, because that's where the road goes. Alright. So, yep, I remember this bridge, seeing it from far, far away. But yeah, tiredness is upon us. Chihuahua, straight ahead. All good to go. Yeah, I still don't see it. It's going to be like basically when we go quickly to the left, that's where I just need to go straight in Chihuahua. So when we see that on the mini-map, we know we're at that point. And I don't know, maybe the quickest thing at that point then is to turn around. I'm not sure. Got a nice little convertible there. Probably pretty useful down here, as long as everything's, you know, good and so forth. Oh, I'll just say it, you know, maybe we get wrong information in the States, but, you know, we hear how unsafe it is in many parts of Mexico, so just like, you know, is that a car that would be likely to be stolen or whatever? I don't know. might not be any different than big cities here in the US. Who knows? Certainly, yes, people like convertibles here too. Alright. We are going to go to Delicias eventually, so I'm not quite sure where that one goes. Just goes a different way. But yeah, there it is down there, and I think that question mark is the dealership we want to discover. So, and there's some places to rest there, so I think we'll be okay. So we got an hour and 23 minutes. And we're moving along, and yes, it's now down to 2 hours and 25 minutes in real time. We did not eliminate 20 minutes. We did not go for 20 minutes since that last happened, so.
Right, and then exit right.
Now, the thing I do need to check is this now where I just want to stay on this road? I think I do. So I don't want to exit because that takes me that way. And then I could possibly rest there. Because yeah, if I can't get to one of these, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. But yes, I want to stay on the road here, not exit. So again, they're going 50, and there's enough vehicles that I kind of can't go faster, so. That's right, because this drops down and then comes back up. So that was the thing. We like went over and turned left. So somewhere shortly, there it is. Oh, well, at the truck dealer we can rest. Duh. Forgot about that. The truck dealers let you do that. Because yeah, we're down to an hour. So we'll be driving, unfortunately, in the morning. Although now we have 30 hours, so I could actually sleep twice. Although, international truck dealer, darn it. But let me go to sleep and figure out what I want to do. I didn't even realize there was a light there. Thank goodness it was green. Everybody was driving. I'm like, oh, I'll go. Can I not get to the truck dealer from here? I can't. Well, that's not good. Well, then the question is, can I go this way and get... I see a place to sleep, and can I get on the road there, or is that like an over... Oh goodness, obviously I didn't see the light again. But yeah, there's some place to sleep over there, even if I have to disconnect, because it might be like a little hotel or something. Yeah, okay, because that's an overhead. Alright. So this is like a tree place. But I need to rest. I will rest. Is this here? So yeah, I'm thinking it's like... Yep, there we go. Stop the engine. Rest. Alright, because now if I do it again, it will be noon. Yeah, so I will. Because I'd rather drive in the daytime. It's hard to drive around, frankly, in Mexico here at night. You know, now I've got 10 hours, but again, I gained enough time that I could do the 20 hours of sleeping, and kind of like I figured, it's not giving me a difficult time. So I'm just not sure where it's going to take me now to get... Okay, so that works. Because obviously the faster I can get on the route,
Get ready to turn left.
the better. Because then I'm not spending more time than I need to.
Turn left.
Because obviously at this point we aren't making up a whole lot of time. Alright, I see the red light this time. Crazy me. I think we have to go up near that BNSF, and then that's where we can get on. So, yes, disappointing that it was the international dealer. And not something else. But we have 2 more shots, and I think I am going to take them, unless, of course, one of them tells me it's a Kenworth. Then we won't have to waste our time. Although if it's somewhat that it's not like really a way out, I may just try it just to be sure, like, you can discover it and it still says Kenworth.
Keep left and then turn left. Turn left.
Okay. I was worried, is this really the right thing? But it is.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Oh, I guess I could have gone down the other thing. Are they... Alright, they're waiting, so I'm going. See, I'm not sure if I had actually turned down that other way, if I could get in here. So I guess I'm glad I didn't do that, because now it looks like it just goes along and then leaves town. Or stays in town. So yeah, now yeah, I wouldn't have been able to, so, well, I did the right thing. So that's good. At least I think I did. Let me make sure. Yep. Alright. So now Delicias is the next one, where we have a possibility of getting a truck dealer. I don't think that's that far away. But yeah, yeah, not going to finish tonight as much as I would like to. I'm almost half an hour in and nowhere near the 500 miles that would have me halfway. So what I may do is just try to get these couple dealers and call it at that point. I think that will be enough, because I think that may take more time than I think. Especially given how these lights are working. What is happening? Everybody's stopped that I can see. So why are we not allowed to go? Yeah, I think this would be a terrible intersection if you had the regular, like if I didn't have the extended light thing. Coastline mining with dynamite, with a duel. That's what I was hauling. And the thing I should have finished, but oh well. I need to stop being bitter about it, but it's hard not to at this point. But anyway, There's delicious. All good stuff. It's making me hungry. It sounds yummy. Oh, this is finally when we see the word Chihuahua, so we've got a little ways to go to get to delicious then. Because I remember that was a bit away. And I just don't remember if this is all yeah, because it's down here where I guess it's got to be there. So I just have to turn into that. So that at least is on the way. At least I assume that's the truck dealer. And then Camargo. Whoops. Yep, it'll be that one. So kind of close. And then what I may do is just sit in that parking lot and take off from there next time, because that'll make it kind of easy.
Keep right, and then turn right.
So yeah, we do want to go this way. We're unfortunately stuck waiting for another light here. So we'll see how long that takes. But yeah, so basically we can sleep one more time, and then we'll kind of be right on time. So yeah, from a speed standpoint, I'm almost starting to wonder, as much as I prefer not to just do that, but it's like if I take another cross-country run like I did from wherever we went to LA, like at least then I'm just in the US and it goes quicker, because I think we got that done in like 3 hours and it was still like 3,000 some miles or whatever. It's just you come down here and it's slow for sure. Because once you're, like, yeah, in this busier area with these towns, this is not quick movement. Please don't stop and get me stuck at the light again because you guys are playing around here. That would, like, be really, really disappointing. Because I don't remember if there's other lights through town here or not. I'm thinking there are. The truck is stopped. Doesn't look like, yeah, there is a light there. It's just a matter of, are we gonna make it? I don't think so. Ah, shoot. We're gonna, oh, did I seriously luck out? Wow.
Keep left, and then turn left.
Yeah, I got a gift on that one. The zone for determining if we were in the red light or not obviously was set differently than I would have expected. So we'll see what we see. I'm hoping at this point that we're clear of town, because this looks like we're kind of merging onto a bit of a high-speed thing, but maybe it's just wishful thinking. I don't know. Again, I don't know my kilometers, so yeah, 90's 56. Okay, so we are. I do remember this sculpture-y type thing. But I think we're gonna have like another toll area again. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can see I pulled off and got gas here at one point at this location. But don't have to worry about that now. We're doing great. We've got 566 miles till empty. Even better, we're able to go 62, so I can go my full speed here. Cut some time off. And then 110. This is 68, so in theory I can go 75. Just do need to be careful that somehow this doesn't, they don't have inappropriate turns again. I don't remember having the same problem in Mexico that I did with Canada, where they had a speed limit and then you truly couldn't go that way, because there's nothing more frustrating than that. Alright, slowing down, but hopefully we've got enough momentum to get up here. Alright, I think we're now over the top. Yep, we're speeding up again. Good stuff, good stuff. So we've already made 50 miles since we left the town limits. So definitely much better than we were. But yes, I'm definitely just going to do the 2 and then leave it at that. Because I also don't quite know how far away this all is. But, yeah, it's really kind of past the point where I was planning on stopping before, and we've still got 704 miles to go, so. Alright, and I think that location is where... Oh, is that like over somewhere? Alright, well, it's a Volvo dealer. I already have that, so I don't actually need that, so I'm not going to worry about it. Alright. So that saves us a bit of time. And then Caramago's not that far. And again, I think we just go straight is what that is. And again, maybe we'll be able to see that one and see that it's not worth pulling in either. So, yeah, we're giving ourselves a little more space because now it's like 13 hours difference between what we have to drive and what we have to deliver. So we've increased that from 12 to 13 hours, or 10 to 13 hours in that little bit that we've gone. So that definitely is helping. Just trying to see. So Caramago. Just want to make sure that I don't make any wrong turns. Alright, so basically we go around that turn. It's once we go kind of over this bridge and then back and then we turn, so we'll be right there then. So I'm getting a little sharper here, so I'm going to slow down because we're obviously getting into city limits, which is, you know, going to be more challenging, might have lights, so forth and so on. But alright, so I see it on the mini-map.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Didn't realize he was moving. It's gonna be just my luck, we're gonna get stuck at a train. I don't even know if these are working tracks. I haven't seen any trains down here. Oh, just as I say that. So clearly they are. Yep, I see the gates going down. Alright, it's a Mac dealer. We don't need that. So I'm going to call it here, and we'll take off from here. So there's a few more potential options for seeing truck dealers as we get closer. So we'll just have to keep an eye out for that. It's just before we get down to the final stage there. Oh, nice horses. Kind of an overgrown yard, but they probably don't care. So, just trying to get everything set up here to have the cruise set and so forth. Moving along. But still a good distance to go. Hopeful I'm going to get this thing knocked out at this point and continue from there. So heading into, at least on the map, what looks like a little bit of a mountainous region here. And I know we kind of follow along, as I said, the same route, because we've been to Rio Verde before, so I wouldn't expect other than one directional road pieces anything new, unless, again, we deviate to go look for something. But wanted to definitely get this run done so that I can have everything I need when I have some time to edit this up and get it together, which hopefully will be over the next few days, and you know, then I can at least start out on the right foot with my intent of farm simulator, train simulator, farm simulator, truck simulator, farm simulator, train simulator. You get the idea. I wonder if I can turn that into a chant or something. It can be our Mature Simmer community chant. Whoa. Oh, don't forget, I've learned last thing, I can just drive through here, then I don't have to stop. So that is always a nice thing. It's always $25. It's very small tolls, honestly. So don't mind at all. This is not a happy truck here. A hill right after a toll booth. I guess I was going slower than I thought. Because if I was accelerating and only got to 26, not so good. But yeah, I don't recall this being, because I think basically, yeah, it's like down here. Although that's a bit of a way to go. I don't know, but if I want to have a shot, I might not have a choice, because I could go through there and then kind of come around. And then I think there's another one. I thought there were a couple. Oh, you know what? I think there were some here too, like in Zaquetas. Okay, well that's Kenworth, so we don't want that. But then, not sure if there's anything else, so that might be it. So yeah, if we don't do this one up here at Gomez Palacio, that might be our last one to try, because that's just a shop and so forth. So we'll take a look again. But yeah, there was definitely a dearth of question marks on the truck dealer map, and it is definitely harder to see them with the satellite background. So I will say that's one downside I've seen to that, but short of that, I'll take it, you know, with the ability to do what I just did, which is zoom in on the map and take a look at at what we've got. So, alright, I'm thinking we're going to have at least one stoplight here and so forth. Yep, there it is, so better be careful.
Go straight on.
But, yeah, we have... So now we're at about 16 hours difference between delivery time and ultimate delivery window. So again, I'm calling delivery time how long I have to deliver, and the delivery time of where my deadline is of like once I am past that, I would be considered late. But in real time, it's telling me this is still going to take 2 hours. I'm hoping that's not the case, because was kind of surprised when I stopped my last session, and I think it told me that one alone was 3.5, and I think the one before it was 45 minutes, so technically like almost at 4.5 hours already. So this is definitely longer than I thought, by far. So it's, I guess, the reality of, delivering in Mexico. Okay, so hold on. So Gomez Palacio. Alright, so we're not where I thought. Like, we're a long way from it, so we'll just keep going straight. So yeah, I'm not sure what, those other ones mean, but but Libre, like free, and maybe, oh, I see what it is. Instead of being a toll road, that probably is telling you it follows the road generally, and then you don't have to pay. But as you can see, it meanders around, and I'm sure the speed is also not as high. So it's it would be a longer route even, but it gives you a free option to avoid the tolls. But since our employer is paying the tolls, we'll just stay here. So yeah, it just crossed over, then it circles like around that hill, and then comes back in and probably crosses over again. So it kind of zigzags through the countryside, where obviously we are doing much more of a beeline here. And that is a cool option, honestly, because it's not something we have here much in the States. There isn't a free version of I-80 through Pennsylvania, where you're not on the turnpike, and it roughly follows that you'd have to create your own version of that by basically figuring out the local roads, and I can go faster. So I should do that now that I'm going downhill, and I can actually go speed up quickly. I wish I had noticed it a little earlier. I could have gone even faster before we start to go up again. But I'm set at 75, so just about got there. So not too bad. I guess it certainly could have been worse. But yeah, it's definitely so now we're Chihuahua, and I know like we'll be crossing, I think, some state border or something if we go into Gomez Palacio. I don't think that really does anything other than it's a point of interest, but so another one-way road here. But again, we came down this way, like that was where we were going, was to Rio Verde, I think, in episode 3, which was our first visit to Mexico, if I recall. So 3 or 4, it was definitely up there pretty early. Alright, 383 miles, don't need to stop for gas yet. Just kind of took a quick peek as that appeared. What I may do is when I get off to go find that truck dealer, I may definitely top off the gas so I don't run into a situation where I'm looking and honestly having to stop again because I'm already going slow going around the town doing that. So yeah, I've kind of lost track of where that free meandering route is. I'm assuming it's that road that is heading off the map now, but not entirely positive that that's accurate. We'll see if it comes back to us, which it probably will. You know, if it says it's 49, so it should be, if it is that, it should be coming in from the right side somewhere, I would imagine, before we hit those mountains, because I'm guessing if it's on the other side of those mountains, that is a heck of a long way away from the road here. I'm not sure, that may be something coming in, not very well rendered, out at the far edge of the map. Yep, there, 49. So it is coming in there. It's probably a pretty drive. You're probably kind of going a little closer to the mountains there instead of being straight out here in the valley. But it's hard to argue with being able to go 75 miles an hour, which I'm pretty sure we can't there. So yep, so there it's crossing us again. And the challenge is, like, it's not like you could decide halfway through, it looks like, and be like, oh, I'm going to, no, I guess that could work. I thought that was like a line for the pass-through lane. Oh, that isn't open. Oh, an open pass-through lane. So here I have no choice but to wait and pay. Sadness. All right. Just 11. Alright, so I'm going to look at the map, because, yeah, so I am coming up on it. So I basically exit right here to go there, and then just check that out. And then the question really becomes, I don't know, this seems like it's a high-speed road, because it looks like these are interchanges. So I think that'll work. It's basically like, check this out, get on, drive around. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We'll discover it together. But basically, I need to stay to the right, is what I'm learning. So, but I'm not exiting for a bit yet. And so, yeah, this is where 49 joins back up. Because there's Jimenez Libre. So again, I assume that's how you can get to Jimenez for free. But I think that is behind us. I think that's like getting off and exiting and then heading back up 49 there, the way we saw it, going back north. So I think that sign says, thanks for your choice, trucks, and I don't know if, I don't think Puentas is cars, but because camiones, a camion is a truck, I believe. So, yeah, this is the spot then where we exit and go straight, and then that will allow us to go to Gomez Palacio. So,
Okay, let's find a new
and then again, we'll want to go to the right. I don't want to go too fast here, so I'm going to slow myself down a bit, given the speed limit. Yep, there is what I want. The truck dealer on the map already. Look at that. So, probably seeing the buildings right now.
Keep right, and then turn right.
It's Peterbilt. I see it. But, you know, we'll go over there. We'll discover it. I mean, again, this gives us a place to leave from, Gomez Palacio, rediscovering it. There's definitely a lot of industry here. Do I have to turn in to have it discovered? No.
Keep
Okay.
flat.
Cool. So now we know what's there. Sadly, not one we need. Those are like little bumps. I don't need that. It is a higher speed road, but goodness, they're making me work for it, that's for sure. Those trucks, too, are having a fun time trying to get up here. So, I'm assuming this is modeled relatively realistically. It's pretty cool, a little mining thing like there in the middle. It might be an interesting spot to go, either pick up or deliver a load from. That's pretty neat. Alright, so we're coming around here. So yeah, but what I was saying, I'm thinking this is modeled, that this is a mountainous area of Mexico.
I'll find a new route.
Pretty nicely done. I'm not sure where it wanted me to go, but... because, yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking. Somehow it's thinking I have to, go around that loop behind me, which makes no sense, so I confused the GPS a bit with what I did. What I probably want to do, though, again, is get gas. Still have 300, but since we've slowed down and done some stuff, not really a reason not to do it, so let me make sure I've got... I think I'll have enough room. I don't know, we're headed toward... I guess we're not headed quite toward the building. I'm like, it's going to be pretty tight, but we can sneak out. Well, gas got a bit more expensive. It was like $2.70, I think, before the last place we stopped in Mexico. So at this point, we have 477 miles. This is going to give us enough, because now we've got 716. Whoops. Oh, I always love those, so maybe I'll just, instead of playing the game, I'll just back out enough and then just go this way. I keep... in Farming Simulator, you hit the space bar to reverse, and so since I play that a lot more, and there's also a lot more forward and reverse going on when you're farming, it's just like automatic for me. Alright, the problem is, can I see out the back here? Alright, so in theory, we're good. Shouldn't really be rerouting, unless you had me going the other way before. So yeah, other than just moving up, working my way through the gears here, this doesn't appear to be like a huge climb, but it's definitely chugging along a bit to get going. So, a bit of a hill there, but then we circle around, come on down.
And then turn left.
So it would definitely, again, be nice to find an international dealer, but I don't think I'm going to. Because I guess I hadn't, oh, we don't get away. I was like, we're not going to have to pay the toll, but no such luck.
Finding a new route.
Because I was like, oh, look at that. We got away with it by going around that way, but we didn't. So hold on. I just want to quickly check the map, because obviously now we know we're there. Right, so yeah, it's like Fresnillo. Okay, so actually before it, but I think that's it, because then we're here. So we've got 2 more opportunities, and we saw one wasn't an opportunity because it was a Kenworth dealer. So let me just look real quick. So it was like Fresnillo. Ah, okay, there it is. So there's one there. So we just have to go straight. And then again, we can head through town there. And then this one was, you know, Kenworth, which there's, again, really not a point because there's not a nice way to go there. So, I mean, again, there's the intrigue of, can I find it? But anyway, so we've got Fresnillo to take a look at. So we will do that. I'm still hopeful. I mean, at this point, we're going to be like 4 or 5 dealers in Mexico. We've got to be able to get a Western Star. Because at this point, I don't know that we've had a repeat, so maybe this will just be the 4th, because I think we found an International, a Mack, but that's right, there was one that was a Volvo, so we didn't go into that one, and then we just found the Peterbilt. So this will be the 5th, and then we see the Kenworth, which is the 5th in theory, and then this will be the 6th. So, I mean, if we don't repeat something we've already found in Mexico, that would be pretty sad, because, you know, we basically have 2 options then, which would be, let's see, let me test myself. What would it be? Oh, Freightliner or Western Star. So I don't need a Freightliner, I already have it. I mean, again, it wouldn't hurt, but so I don't know, but we'll see. It's like I'm beginning to wonder if there's Western Star dealers on the map still. I mean, I'm sure they're on the SCS maps. I'm imagining those didn't get replaced, but that may be it. That may be my problem, is I can't find them anywhere, like on the coast to coast, or because they have that other dealer that they put, you know, the mod dealer they call it, and I don't know if it's a European dealer that they moved over here, or, you know, maybe it's a Mexican dealer, but it's definitely a brand I've not heard of. I can't even remember what it is. I think it starts with a K. It's like Kamnaz or something. So in theory, I could again rest, because yeah, now I'm about 24 hours. So here we go. I'll do that so that we are driving in the daylight, and then we should be able, I would think, to finish, because it's only 420 miles, but it is Mexico, so who knows. But yeah, I'll pull over here, sleep. It'll be 6:30-ish in the morning. So, if I knew I was doing this, I could have gotten gas here, but that's alright. It doesn't really hurt. This is not a great sleeping spot here. I guess I can pull through, so I guess it's not too bad. Alright, so there we go. See you in the morning. Alright, rise and shine. Time to get on the road. Well rested, so they tell me. Just gotta find our way out of here. Obviously my little map is not working the way it should, because my arrow is not moving. Hoping that's not an indication of some bigger problem that's gonna strike us, but I'm thinking just because it thinks I'm in sleep mode right now. I was going to say if that bus had just kept moving, but I think we've got a toll right here, so that's part of it.
Exit right.
Oh, okay. Is this really where I want to go? Yeah, it is. Okay. So, yeah, I would have just gone through the toll booth if I didn't see the yellow line. That's what I was thinking we needed to do.
Go straight on.
But one toll booth,
Recomputing.
no options. Why are you recomputing? This is the way you told me to go. always love the GPS. It's always so entertaining to figure out what it thinks is happening. Passage costs. Alright, so go up through the clover leaf here, or the partial. I call it, the round thing is a clover leaf, but I think technically the clover leaf are the ones that have 4 of those. So obviously we've gone through Quincame before and not discovered it, so we're not going to discover it again. But more importantly, we're going to get moving along here. So about just under 400 miles to go. Telling me 24 hours of drive time, but once again, I'll be amazed if we're anywhere near that. Because that would mean we'd have to sleep probably twice, and that would be kind of crazy. Really? Not cool, dude. Not cool at all. I don't know what he was thinking. Well, I know what he was thinking. He's like, I'm just going to pull in front because I want to be first. But anyway, we slowing down? It sounds like it a little bit. But hopefully it won't deteriorate too much. And then there's Fresnillo. That was interesting. It was like the 12th of December was the name of that. Basically to turn around. I don't know. Interesting is all I can say. Alright, so the sun's coming up, getting some real daylight. And we're finally getting some real speed, which is always a blessing. So hopefully we can move along for a little bit here and do well. Oh, of course, we've got an inspection station, so can't move along too far. So, that's probably honestly what is the most challenging as far as time is, just having to stop at the tolls and, in essence, the tolls. But, so let's see, not too big of a bump, but still going 20. So, don't cut in front, or, well, because I know it's yeah, there we go, we're at 62, and of course he slowed me down from my acceleration because we were technically on a 25 there. That's why I was hoping he wouldn't cut in front, because I knew we were getting somewhere that would be workable for a higher speed pretty soon. But anyway, we're trundling along again. And of course, met immediately with a incline. Juan Aldama. I'm assuming that's not the town. I'm sure that's just somebody that they've honored by putting their name at the side of the road. Maybe it's someone that passed away, or we do stuff like that in the U.S. too. Or it's like honorary such and such highway. So I don't know if that's what this is or not. But yeah, at this point we're down to 21 hours, so we've like sliced 3 hours off since I told you it was 24 hours, so as you might imagine then, we're moving along pretty well. I'm not going to slow down here even if the speed limit changes, because this is just, again, kind of a one-horse town, and it actually didn't slow us down anyway, so that's even better. So there's no opportunity for a fine for speeding. But reason for not slowing down is exactly what we're seeing. Like, we can move along pretty well now. And every little bit where I can be eating up road at 60 or 70 miles an hour is something we want to take advantage of, because they frankly don't happen that often. There's a stop sign up here, so I guess I better be careful. I see another. Ooh. They weren't kidding. I was going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to slow down. Luckily, again, I didn't see anything about damage, so my cargo should be good. We're caught up to that same truck before that we... Because again, this is going to speed up now. We'll see if I can get ahead of him. He's probably going to take off and go ahead of me. Goodness gracious. Yeah, there he goes. I'm like, he's not going to give up, even though I'm next to him, but I tried. But I'm in a truck, and I can only do so much drag racing with a tractor behind me. Alright, so coming up on 300 miles to go. But yeah, instead of 2 hours or whatever in real time, now we're down to 56 minutes. So we've already cut that, and again, I'm sure this is going to precipitously fall too. Because really 300 miles should be like, I think at full highway speed the whole time would be like 15 minutes. So maybe it'll be 20 or 30 minutes before we're done. Especially again, given that we're going to be checking out another truck dealer. Crossing our fingers, we're getting close. So hopefully now we'll speed up a bit, gain some speed on this straightaway before we either have to stop or do something again, because I don't think this climb is too significant. And not seeing any places we need to divert yet, but that might be Fresnillo that's just appeared on the horizon, although that looks like just something we go under. It doesn't appear to have any exit or entrance ramps on it, so it might not even be something on the map, because at this point I think we'd be seeing the crossover showing up if that was something we could do. Just do need to be careful that I don't miss an exit, because yeah, this might be where I'm at here. Yep, Fresnillo. Sorry about that, I had to deal with something there. But yeah, we want to go straight ahead, discover this thing, and then it's all the way through to the end. Nope, I'm not going to keep left. I'm going to go to the right because I want to do something. If nothing else, I want to discover Fresnillo.
Okay, let's find a new route.
Okay.
Keep left, and then turn left.
So we discovered it. I'm beginning to wonder if that is a dealer. I think it would be, but I'm not sure. Ah, Peterbilt again.
A new route.
Oh well. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so it's going to take us that way, kind of exactly what I figured. Alright, well, we have struck out on the Western Star Search, but not for lack of trying, for certain.
Go
Oops.
straight on.
We've gotta stop. Alright, so hopefully we can get going. So I need to take a bit of a break at one point. Do some stuff. So that will, probably in between this and something else. I was going to say the next run, but I probably really need to give my attention to at least starting to deliver my potatoes. So I think that is where my attention needs to go next, and then I can divert back here. So I need to be satisfied with the fact that I've gotten one really long run done, which is a great thing, especially again after falling off the earth. To still be here and able to do it, always a great blessing. Alright, green light please. Thank you. So yeah, this is kind of the pain point of trying to do this stuff, is once you're in town with traffic lights, all bets are off on how long something's going to take. So we're going to turn left here. I don't know if this is another light. It's not, thank goodness. So no traffic, no stop. Authorized distributor of cars, I assume. Batteries. And happy traffic lights again. Woohoo! Good news is we're closer because we got the arrow. So after the arrow, we get to go. Unless I've hit the one light in Mexico that is on a different cycle, but I'll assume not. Just it takes a long time after the arrow stops before it goes green. I expect a second or two, but it seems like 5 seconds at least. So I'm sure they're waiting, allowing for the intersection to clear, but again, it's a game simulation. I would think the light cycle is built in the same way, but maybe it's just the timings and the sequence or whatever. Like maybe there's a hard 5-second delay there that isn't really subject to a change. Alright, I will do that. Oh, there's some tractor dealer there for local farmers. Alright, so 240 miles at this point. Still telling me 14 hours. But, it's down 10 hours from where we were at one point. And obviously we haven't been driving anywhere near that because I think we're only like 4 hours from the rest time. And yes, we want to then go here to Zacatecas. And probably the last bit of new road discovery that we're going to have, other than maybe at the delivery point, because if it's somewhere we haven't delivered, we're going to get at least a little bit of things there. So yeah, this would be, well, actually it might not be quite right here if we were going to go find that other dealer, but we know it's the Kenworth. But I was like, that might be where we had exited, but maybe not quite yet. Again, I'm not quite sure why I confused the GPS, but clearly I did. Going nice and fast, so this hill shouldn't be too difficult for us. Should have enough momentum. Did lose 4 miles an hour, but again, that's okay. So yeah, there's the Kenworth dealer on the map now. Head around here. I did this before as we were getting close to the end, was like, I'm going to be a little reckless with the speed because it should be okay. Well, I got to stay over here. I was going to move over, but that's the free route, and I was going to say, now I'm kind of stuck behind folks, and oh yeah, I've gone around both sides here. I remember the one time I hadn't discovered, and then I was in the other lane, and so I think there's another toll booth coming up here somewhere. Is the reality of what we've got. So that's kind of the return to Fresnillo. We obviously don't want to do that. I'm not sure if I can use both lanes here, because if I can, I'll kind of start to squeak by these guys, although I got to be careful. I'm long, and I'm going to end up like clipping them as I go by if I'm not careful. So maybe no toll booth, but just, oh, this is not going to be good because we've got 2 trucks in both lanes and heading up a hill here. Oh, and we're also going 19. What is this about? There we go. Now we're at 56. He is speeding up. And it would make sense that a tanker could accelerate faster than someone hauling a bulldozer. The tractor should be lighter. It's only, again, 29,000 pounds. Sure, a bulldozer is heavier than that, but I don't know. Either way, it worked. So yeah, this kind of meandering and slow run through town here is not helping us. Looks like we've still got more coming up. Craziness. So we'll see. He may be exiting. It looks like he's in the right turn only lane and he's not leaving, so I'm going to trust he's going to drive appropriately. Alright, just saved in case I have something crazy happen here, because I'm being a little bit stupid. So I'm going to slow down because this doesn't look good. I'm trying. Alright, so now I think we're finally out of the little wiggle worm phase of the road. I'm keeping left, but oh, it's because of the next exit. It's just telling me. I was like, why does it keep repeating it? But now I understand. So another cool refinery out here. Doesn't look like we have to stop, so I'm just gonna... Oh boy, this could be... No, alright. Just anytime there's stuff over the road, I'm like, if these are big speed bumps and I'm going 50, this is gonna turn ugly, but luckily it wasn't a problem. So I would like to think that now we're in the open country for a while and we'll get there pretty quickly, but I don't know that that's factual. But, Again, if nothing else, I know I'm not looking for anything else. I'm not desiring to pull off and find any truck dealer, discover any of those, so we're just going to keep going on. I mean, the challenge that happens is, yeah, I'm still going to be looking for a Western Star dealer next time, so whoops. Okay. Salinas. I think there's a Texas town named that too. So. But obviously heading through any of the towns is always a bit of a chance for lights, for traffic. I think we'll speed up here. Not much, but and now we're heading uphill, so we're probably going to slough off some speed. Not too bad, actually, so we'll take it. Just got to be careful I don't get too close to the van here and hit it. That's always not good. Why? Why do they do that? They pull over and then they've got brake lights on, so they're clearly not going faster. It's like intentionally designed to make you slow down. And maybe it is. So, yeah, San Luis Potosi, I think I remember talking about that sign before. That's interesting. Maybe they have like a bus route or something. We've got a toll area here, so let's slow down because clearly we've got, my God, a crazy bump. Alright, but it doesn't look like we actually need to stop, so we won't. Because accelerating from 22 is better than accelerating from 0. Ajalulco. Ajalulco is actually probably what it is. I was adding letters in there that weren't there. Alright, well now we're definitely what I would say in local range. We're 130 miles from where we need to be. Usually, you know, that becomes a very quick thing. A little amusement park out there. Probably saw it before, but I don't remember. But yeah, now it's telling me 8 hours to go those 120-ish miles. Again, insane, but alright, and so we're gonna need to do that and go around. Ooh. Oh boy. Well, that puts a wrinkle in things, as that is definitely a blocked ramp. I can't do my I don't care, I'm gonna squeeze by thing. So I guess we'll see where it's gonna send us now. So it's 115, 128, so definitely an addition here, but that's what it's making me do. I'm assuming that next exit it's just gonna have me go to the right and then turn to the left once we exit. Termina Proyecto, so I guess that means his part is done. Oops. So will everybody go through where I can't go? That's good. That eliminates traffic for me here. I don't know, maybe we'll discover San Luis Potosi by doing this. That would be nice, but I don't think so. I think we'd have to go to the right. But Rio Verde is where we want to be. Whoops. I was not expecting that. Oof. Oh, it's having me go back. Oh, okay. Well, I was definitely not expecting that. Nice, I have a green arrow and he just went right through the light. That's terrific. Alright, so basically it's saying that... Oh goodness. A heck of an entrance ramp. See, I don't know why trucks then aren't like in second gear or something. It's in fifth gear going up that. But it's one thing. I mean, I understand the concept of gears on vehicles, but as far as gear ratios and whatever, like what that turns into in pulling power, I don't know. But, alright, yeah, so this literally is just like go to the other exit, turn around, and then rejoin your flow of traffic. But, tiny bit of new discoverable road, I guess. That's a plus. Would have been cool if we had unlocked that little town there, but it's alright. We've done a lot on this trip. Still not below 100 miles, though, so that kind of circled the drain for a bit, longer than we would have liked there, but I think we'll be there in no time. Still telling me 20 minutes in real time. That would seem like a long time. And it probably is, but once again... So, 20 minutes would be 9:30. It's 9:10 now, so... We'll see when we actually get there. So again, yeah, this must be someone that, like, their part of the project ended and then now someone else is doing this part who just doesn't have signs up or something. And of course, just as we're starting to move, we get another toll or checkpoint. But I don't see any bumps. I don't see any gates. So we're just gonna go. $25, the same as always. So not surprised there. And then we go up and around, and pretty soon, pretty exciting. But we're probably still 5 minutes or so from when we'll see the flag show up on our mini-map. Although, who knows, maybe we'll get there quicker than I think. Not if I flip the truck, we won't. Let's not get antsy here. Alright. So we've got to do another interchange. Lots of interchanges in this section here. So no towns, but just lots of changing of direction. So obviously not gone that other way before. So looks like 3 towns in that direction to discover. Those are interesting cacti. Like really giant. I guess there's still leaves on cactus, but not sure. Okay, fast and safe, I think was what the bottom said, so we'll hope they're right. Fast would be nice. Safe is obviously good, but I think safe relies more on me. Wow, he's doing like what I do. I mean, it's a line that in theory you're not supposed to pass, but he's like, I'm not staying behind you, Sunoco truck that's taking forever. But I don't have enough acceleration to worry about it. Now I do. So, maybe. Just gotta keep an eye on what's coming the other way. Alright, these guys are slowing down for me, thank you. Whoops! Oh, not good. But it's just I want to be done. Alright. So, not a real good example of driving, but I thought I could make it. The other guy had done it. You know, if someone else jumped off a bridge, would you too? Yes. Clearly, I've answered that question. Because I'm like, oh, that guy did it. Now I feel better doing it myself. But, alright, but we are getting very close. Another toll. Because that is what they do to keep the roads operational here in Mexico, obviously. So again, we'll see if this is just one I can drive through or one that has a gate and we can't drive through. Don't know. I was like, oh, I hope I'm lined up, because otherwise that would not have been good. Clipping it, moving that fast, that would be really frustrating. Damage your cargo right at the very end. But I've done it before, so I guess it wouldn't have been unheard of in my capabilities. So what would it be without another hill to slow us down just before we get in sight of town? Goodness, we've got maybe another one, because clearly there's no town yet. Alright, speed up, speed up. Gain as much speed as you can to then do a good job on this. I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Construction. We are just... they're pulling out all the stops for us today. Alright. There's our arrow, or our flag, not our arrow. But, so not too much where we hadn't been, but yes, we're delivering somewhere. Looks like Cascadian Farm. So, makes sense. I've delivered tractors to farms before.
Turn right.
But, yeah, I do remember this dirt road town here. But people gotta eke a living out of whatever place they're rooted in, so that is what they're doing here. So yeah, we have almost 5 hours till we need to rest. Over 230 miles of gas. Everything's good. Cows in the field. Wow, nice big rock there. A lot of big rocks. Pretty fancy. Alright, where do you want it?
It's all over now.
Yeah, the question is, am I better off pulling around the other way? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. Oh no, I actually do need to back it in, so this actually worked out well, because I can then pull straight down the road and kind of head back in. I'm surprised, because a lot of times with these kind of trailers, they're not having you do much. I guess it's not an articulated trailer, but I was going to say they're usually not having you back up. But that's not entirely true, I guess, as I think about it, so. Alright, so we'll get in there. So the one thing I did find interesting, and probably will honestly change my process a bit, I watched a few videos of an actual trucker playing this game, and like, they back up at idle speed. Like, they're not trying to go quicker at any point, even if they've got like a long, long way to go across the yard. So, and I'm sure that's just from learning over time, like, you know, rushing and then having to like fix it just isn't worth it. So, because I know I backed up, like I would have gone faster till I got closer and then slowed down. Alright, let's see what we got. Can we get 2 levels? That's the question. We've got a lot of XP, 9,600, 26, 27, 28. Look at that. Actually 27. But we did. But yeah, now we're gonna have 5,000. So yeah, we're gonna be hard pressed to get more than 1 level next time. But hey, again, we get the long distance bonus. The high value cargo gives us some XP. You know, I think the skill ranks are more for the dollars than they are for anything else. But the point is, we get 2 points here. So we're going to add them both to high value, because frankly I like hauling that better than I like hauling fragile, because fragile has the opportunity. Yeah, so there you saw Kamaz. You know, if I pull it up again, truck upgrades. So we've got Kamaz. But so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, and like Kenworth's not listed, which I don't understand. Because obviously there's Kenworth dealers, but I don't know. I'm not looking to buy a Kenworth anyway, so. Alright, so $1.35 million in the bank. Definitely doing well. Getting much closer to where I'd like to get. More importantly, we've added 2 truck manufacturers in this. And again, look at that. Look at that cool line of the Freightliner. But I will see you next time.